All right, team. Today we have manufacturing PMI dropping at 10. So we do have some data coming out today. SPY is pretty flat. It hasn't really moved much. Hit highs of 409.80s Friday. Oh man, I'm waking up. It's early. It's 5 o'clock. What's up, Kevin, DS, Dan, Leslie, Kawhi, Mac? All right, so we're gonna do a poll today. Kawhi, bullish or bearish on PMI data. Vote on those polls. We got those polls live. We're also going to do a Twitter poll eventually. So Beach, Mark, Lewis. A.m. here in Arizona. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, it's 5:17 right now. So in Texas, it's early. Arizona sounds like it's early though. All right, so yeah, we'll see what we got. We had lower volume last week, but the market actually pushed up, which is good. If you look at the market volume went up a little bit Friday, most probably because of economic data coming out. We'll see if the volume comes back today. We do have PMI data expectations for this data are for manufacturing PMI drops at 945. It's not really a big release. The ISM manufacturing PMI for March is the larger release. Expectations for the ISM manufacturing PMI for March are for 47.5. Again, I think it's going to be something where the higher this data is, the worse the market's going to react to it because of inflationary fears is what I think is probably going to happen. Again, I'm not 100% sure. I'm just speculating on what I think here. But yeah, the Institute of Supply Management Manufacturing Purchasing Index is what it is. It's based on data compiled from monthly replies to questions asked of purchasing and supply executives in over 400 industrial companies. They measure new orders, backlog of orders, new export orders, imports, production, supplier deliveries, inventories, customer inventories, employment, and prices. It shows the percentage reporting each response, the net difference between the number of responses in the positive economic direction and the negative economic direction, and the diffusion index. And the responses are raw data and are never changed. So PMI is a composite index based on the seasonally adjusted diffusion indices for 5 of the indicators with varying weights. New orders 30%, production 25%, employment 20%, supplier deliveries 15%, and inventories 10%. So generally, a higher reading is interpreted as positive for the US dollar, which means it's probably going to evoke a negative response in the stock market, and vice versa. Again, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. But PMI data is the big thing today. It is a relevant release. We'll see how much it moves the market. But yeah, it's important to a certain extent in terms of market moves. What do you guys think? Looking at our poll numbers, we got some votes already. 56% are bullish, 44% are bearish. Also, do me a favor, hit the like button if you haven't already. It helps. And oil prices are surging 5% after OPEC's surprise output cut. Analysts are warning now of potential $100 a barrel. Oil prices went up roughly 8%. Friday, after OPEC announced it was slashing output by 1.16 million barrels per day. The voluntary cuts are going to start in May and end to end this year, all the way to the end this year. Saudi Arabia announced it was a precautionary measure targeting towards stabilizing the oil market. It'll probably affect Bitcoin some. We don't know how much. We'll have to wait and see. It'll probably affect it some, though. We just don't know how much How much? How much is going to affect everything? I'm up. I got my LSU mug. How about LSU ladies basketball? First national championship ever. I got my LSU mug today. Good for them, man. I wish my Astros could be playing better. Astros lost again yesterday, didn't they? Yeah, we lost again yesterday. So we're 2-2. Honestly, the White Sox are not that good, and so I'm surprised we tied them in a series. At least we tied them. The next series is Detroit, which we should win this one. It's Detroit. So, I mean... But I guess I was underestimating the effect losing Verlander would have on the Astros. And looks like we need him. I mean, again, Verlander's old, so we'll see how he does this year. Twins swept the Royals. Maybe the Twins will actually be good this year. Do you think this is going to affect Bitcoin? Maybe. Yeah, I've been playing the new game, MLB The Show 23. It's fun. Yeah, market is slightly gapping down. Not a huge gap down. It really pumped up yesterday. Again, it's got me starting to think that maybe I should have bought some more swing trades. I've been pretty flat on everything. SQ ripped up to basically $70 a share. And I mean, hey, when you're right, you're right. What's up, Raul? So if you have Game Pass, CTG, then it's free on Game Pass. I'm not gonna do oil swings this week. I don't know. I don't follow oil enough to be confident in those swings, man. So yeah, I don't follow oil enough to be confident in swinging those. They're gapping up to big today. I just don't follow it enough. I think we could have again. You can kind of see the bottom thing we have here about OPEC. had an output cut that surprised people, and oil is surging. So we're watching that, but we also have ISM manufacturing PMI data drop at 10. Yeah, all I'm gonna say is that it feels good to be right, man. Like, we told a lot of people that we didn't have to crash. We told a lot of people that the market could bounce back. We told a lot of people that we didn't have to drop. And yeah, I mean, if you look at the SPY's been moving up since for about a month now. Since in the line of fire, I've been saying that, and we've absolutely been right about all of it. You know, despite whatever emotion other people might be feeling about the direction moves that we're facing, we were right. We told people, SPY hitting 410s basically this morning. So when you're right, you're right. Yeah, I think it really is something that, like, I think it's such a tricky thing. I think you got so many people that expect so many different things in the market. Uh, in terms of like momentum and I think a factor that might play into it with Burry is that, like, Burry remembers the notoriety he got from calling like a big short squeeze or a big short crash, like a big crash from calling that and making money from it. I think he got a lot of notoriety at the time for it. And so he might look back at those times when the market was crashing and he was right about it positively and want to experience that again. And I think that might make him overestimate the likelihood of stuff like that happening. But there's also enough economic stuff to reasonably conclude that we might go into a recession. Again, the yield curve inversion certainly could mean that. It doesn't have to, though. The banking fears could signal that as well. And so we are in a time where it's plausible that we go into a recession, but we don't have to. Your strike rate was better than Burry. Hey, thanks, man. We try over here. INDO up to 605s. Penny stock, I don't really mess with this much. Q'd gapping down a little bit today. There's a SPY as well. Yeah, maybe, but I also think it's a slippery slope. I think it's really easy to say, hey, well, a crash is going to happen. It's just going to happen later, and I think that's really easy to do. If you spread the crash period out for a year or two, then you could effectively predict a crash anytime you want. And when it doesn't happen, just say, oh, well, it hasn't happened yet, and then just kind of keep doubling down on that until it happens, which is going to be once every, we're going to have a mini crash once every few years. And so in that regard, like, I don't know. I do understand what you're saying, though. I really do. I understand that. I understand that with the stuff going on with regards to inflation fears and recession fears and the Fed raising rates and the problems that we're in right now could take a little bit of time to bubble. I understand that completely. And again, I'm not saying it's wrong either. I guess what I'm saying is it hasn't happened yet, and market's been moving up, so SPY actually looks pretty good. I don't know if it's going to keep it up, but Yeah. So I was taking my real estate. One of the arguments for AI, as I was taking my real estate license coursework, like every 2 years you need like 20 hours or so of what they call CE in Texas real estate. It's called continuing education, right? Every couple years you need like 20 hours of that. Bro, I finished that stuff in like 2 hours max for all of it. For all of it. They made me wait 4 hours after signing up to take the exam. But Bing AI, Chat GPT Bing, bro, I'm not saying all I did was type in the questions into Chat GPT Bing and then have Chat GPT Bing spit out the answers very quickly to me and just pass every exam I took without even studying for it. I'm not saying I would ever do that. I would never ever do that, Not me here. But all I'm gonna say is that AI is useful sometimes. Sometimes. Uh what a nice quote, Ricky. Thank you, bro. He said, "You cannot change yesterday. You cannot predict tomorrow. Today is the only gift you have. This is why we call it the present. Have a good day." My guy, thank you, man. I mean, I will disagree. Sometimes I can predict tomorrow. But aside from that, I agree with everything else. When you're top 3 greatest predictors in the world right now, I mean, listen, it just flows naturally. Fed now starting today. Death of the dollar, moving to digital programmable currency. Your thoughts? Well, define programmable, Jeremy, because the whole purpose of blockchain, which is what a CBDC would be, is that it's not programmable. The endearing part of cryptocurrency is blockchain technology means that the chain is damn near uncrackable. If it was crackable, it would be useless. The whole reason blockchain is useful is because you can look back at the chain of history of it, and you can't crack it. You can't fake it. You can't counterfeit a Bitcoin. You can't pretend you bought some when you didn't. That's the whole purpose of cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. And so I'm sure the CBDCs are going to use a similar thing. What I see in that is that the government saw value in blockchain technology. And so they figure they're going to create their own. Well, yeah, but to a certain extent, they're already in that, Jeremy. Bitcoin is not anonymous. In fact, Bitcoin is the opposite. A lot of people look at Bitcoin like it's anonymous, and maybe in the early days, people got away with more stuff with it because they didn't quite understand that everything they do is recorded on the chain, and that's what blockchain is. So I mean, it I understand the fear there, and I get it. I understand, but I don't know, Jeremy. I don't know. Thoughts on Carnival Cruise this week? Didn't they have earnings? Hey, thank you, Johnny. I appreciate you, brother. I see you like it on my Twitter post, man. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. I think small caps might start to pounce and overperform tech soon because everyone is saying they will underperform. I don't do it. I use it as a tutor, or it explains me the questions and answers. Yeah. To be honest, though, these real estate exams are a cakewalk, bro. Like, they really are. Like, these real estate exams are cakewalks, man. Like, when I got my actual license, 7 years ago or whenever I got it, 5-7 years ago, when I got my actual license, the actual exam, like the licensing exam, is difficult. Like, it's not easy. I mean, I passed it my first try because I'm top 3 greatest test takers ever in the world. But a lot of people don't, and it is the actual licensing exam is not easy. But the continuing education courses are, like I did one on emotional intelligence, and it was just it was so easy. It was like, It was like multiple choice questions are very simple if you use just elimination methods. Multiple choice questions are just super easy. It's like, hey, if you're licensed in the state and a very nuanced legal problem comes up, what should you do? Should you A, write the contract yourself? B, call your mom and have your mom write the contract for you? C, call your friend and have your friend write the contract for you? D, tell your client to call their attorney. It's like, I wonder what the answer is there. Like, to be honest, on a large majority of them, I really didn't need Chat and GPT. I'm just kind of messing around. I mean, I used it mostly with the homework, but multiple choice questions are simple. INDO still at 6. We're also going to keep an eye on, like, here's Microsoft. Speaking of AI here, Microsoft's been leading the way with basically tapping 290s last week. At 286s now. AI related for sure. Yeah, they're funny, man. Good morning, Melody. Yeah, I mean, I agree 100%. The real estate exam was tough, but it wasn't that tough. It's not going to be an engineering license exam tough, right? Real estate exam, I'll put it this way, and I might get some hate from real estate agents for this, but the real estate licensing exam, okay. From the time that I decided to get my real estate license to the time where I took the exam and passed it was less than 2 weeks. So I literally decided I was going to be decided I wanted to get my real estate license. Took the coursework, which is supposed to be 60 hours, 60 or 75 hours, or it might be more than that. Took the coursework, passed the coursework testing, scheduled my real estate license exam, went and took the exam and passed it within a couple weeks. And so I'm not saying it was easy, but it certainly wasn't incredibly difficult, and I'm sure an engineering exam, depending on which one it is and what it's for, I'm sure there's just like a knowledge, like there's a difference in the knowledge base you need to pass the engineering exam. Yeah. And so I'm not saying it's not hard. But I passed my real estate license exam first time. Top 3 greatest test takers ever. What's up, Paulo? Yeah, I think, again, I thought we might pull back Friday, and market just proved me wrong again. So I'm definitely not buying anything today. Yeah, Michael, I get it. I think sometimes I guess I'm okay with that. 4 years experience. I guess I think that most of this stuff, I disagree with a lot of the way they run schooling nowadays. And maybe my bias comes from the fact that, like, I didn't actually graduate college. And so maybe that's where my bias is. And I'd rather be honest about that bias. Maybe that's where my bias came from or comes from here. But I think that we over school people. Like, for a lawyer, for instance, right? Like, does a lawyer really need to go get his master's and go to, 6 to 8 years of schooling to learn to be a lawyer? I don't think so. I think a lawyer could probably take 2 years of schooling and then do some type of apprenticeship with a experienced attorney for a year or two and then be done. And know exactly what he needed to do, exactly how to do what he was trying to do, and have a much more experienced, knowledgeable base of attorney and law stuff than he would be if he went to school for 6 to 8 years. I think the human brain is only capable of holding and processing so much information. And so I think when you go to school for freaking 8 years regarding something, you're going to start forgetting a lot of stuff. And so I think because the brain is only meant to hold a certain amount. And so I think an apprenticeship system would solve a lot of problems, a lot of the time it takes to get these degrees, and would give them a more thorough based understanding of the skill that they're learning, more so than freaking 6 or 8 years of schooling does. And of course, I'm sure people who have gotten their masters, a lot of them are going to say, nah, man, because they want to confirm what they did. And I get it. But again, I think an apprenticeship based system is going to be more useful than 8 years of any coursework on anything. Yeah, for sure. Right, 100%, Benjamin, 100%. That's exactly what it is. Like, they're just justifying the money that schooling takes, which is big education is behind it for sure. But again, an apprenticeship system would work so much better on all those different subjects. It used to be if you could pass the bar, and then you would be an apprentice to an experienced attorney. Somewhere along the lines over the last 50 years, they changed that. And so you can't pass the bar and get your law, and be an attorney anymore, which is ridiculous, because if you could pass it, you could pass it. And again, to a certain extent, people are just wasting time in school. I get it, school's important, but again, it's STEM subjects mostly. Like, you want to be a doctor, fine. You want to do like a really nuanced skill that takes a lot of like knowledge base, fine. But most stuff is going to be able to be solved by just doing a base apprenticeship system and letting them get maybe a 2-year degree and then doing an apprenticeship for a couple years. And I think after a couple years of that apprenticeship, they're going to know everything they need to know. Yeah, but yeah, I use Bing to, a lot of my real estate stuff, and it was helpful for sure. I still don't know what I'm going to do with my real estate license. Like, my idea is that I could create another YouTube channel based around real estate, and then I could redirect my viewers to that channel sometimes. And that way, if somebody's in the process of wanting to buy a house, I could either, if they're not in Texas, I could either refer them to an agent in their area, or if they are in Texas, again, I'm going to have some type of filtering system, because I'm sure I'm going to get a certain amount of either just basic trolls or people who just want to kind of hang out and chat with me that aren't really interested in buying a house. And so I'm going to have to probably hire some type of assistant to deal with those, filtering systems. But that's the plan I have so far, Yeah, but the problem, yeah, for sure, Michael, 100%, man. Martin says AI looks like a swing for you. Yeah, but the problem with it right now, bro, is it's too extended on the upside, man. Look at Microsoft. Microsoft is up so much, dude. Like, if you look at a 10-day chart, Microsoft is ripping up here. It's basically up to 290s. I mean, that doesn't seem like a buy to me. I think eventually we're going to start to get a pullback here. And so I'm just basing it off of extension, and it's too extended for me right now, man. It's just too extended. I need a pullback here to make it worthwhile. And we just don't have that yet. Tesla, yeah, we can look at Tesla here. But again, a lot of stuff is just too high up there for my swing trades, man. Again, I'm green swing trading on the year, but one of the reasons I'm green is because I'm very selective with when I buy it. And again, until we establish a long-term base at the levels we are now, and then we get a pullback, I'm really not interested in buying up anything. Again, I need a long-term base somewhere, and usually for like Tesla and a few other ones, we're just a little bit too high up there for me to want to buy up anything right now. I mean, I'm not saying, again, the good news is that earnings season is coming out. We got a lot of economic data, and I love buying up stuff ahead of or after those economic releases, because sometimes they'll cause brash emotional reactions on the downside, and I can kind of scoop up some cheap stuff. But I got to kind of wait for that here. I think the market has pushed up a little bit too much for my taste in terms of swing trading over the last couple weeks, to be honest. Again, one of the reasons I get frustrated when people call me a perma bull is because I'm not always bullish. Like right now, I haven't really been bullish in the market for the last couple weeks, and to a certain extent, I missed out on this big move the SPY went, because I thought the market was a little bit extended short term on the upside. And so I haven't been permanently bullish. I've just been kind of waiting for the market to pull back some because, again, I think it's up a little bit too much. But I understand why the market is moving up as well. I understand that it's renewed optimism from banking problems. So basically, banking fears spread pretty rapidly in the market when Silicon Valley Bank and FRC and all the banks had those problems. And then basically, that fear started to go away and they had renewed optimism once they saw that it might not spread into everything else and drag everything else down. And so once that renewed optimism happened, everything else started ripping back up again. But it was one of those situations where I wasn't confident enough in buying up stuff because of those fears. And maybe I could have made some money on the upside. But again, I've been pretty flat in my swings. I haven't been pushing super heavy. I haven't been trading a lot in terms of swing trades. And I think that's part of the swing trading system, is that you just got to be slow sometimes. It's not always the ideal time to buy up stuff. And even though we've ripped up big, I think the risk there is just a little bit too high for me. Oh, you can come hang out, CT. I'm a residential general contractor in Northern Virginia, DC area. Why not use your license to buy, remodel, and sell houses? I mean, I could. The Houston flip market's not the best. It's one of the worst in the country, to be honest, Paulo. So the resale market, and the reason, okay, so you got to think about it like this, right? Like a lot of the people that make money on flips, when houses are so cheap like they are in Texas, the margins are worse, right? So like, okay, you buy a house in Cali, you buy a house 700, 800K, you fix it up, right? When you sell that house, because it was so much more expensive and, the prices of homes are so much higher there, when you sell that house, you're going to make, at least 100 grand usually in terms of margins. And so that's nice and everything. But in Texas, man, you could buy a really nice house in Texas for 250, 300,000. Now, really nice is subjective, but like you could buy a decent house here for 250 to 300,000 base for like a 2 or 3 or a 3 or 4 bedroom house in Texas, good neighborhood in the suburbs. Like you can get a nice house here. But what it means is like when you flip houses here, the margins are a little bit the profit's going to be a little bit less. Like you might work and flip a house and make 20,000 from it. I'm not saying 20,000 isn't a lot, but is it enough for me to work for 3 months flipping houses? Not really, to be honest. Like I would make more money spending my time doing other stuff besides flipping. And I think the risk of profit being less than expected is higher there too, Cali's a good market because the real estate market's crazy there. Yeah, Bob has been ripped up too much as well. Again, y'all have to understand okay, I have very good accuracy with regards to my swing trades. The last swing trade I got into was SQ. SQ, I bought it, sold it. Last swing trade I got into very quickly. Again, caught it out a ton. But right again, the whole strategy of those swings is looking for overextended dip buys on the downside and bottom feeding those dip buys, looking for something that has a big emotional brash reaction to the downside and then buying it up and taking profit on the quick short-term bounce. We don't really have anything like that. Again, the last thing we had like that was SQ. They had the short report. A lot of people got nervous. A lot of people shorted it. A lot of people sold. We bought it in the 50s, sold it in the 60s, and that was it. That was the last one that we had like that. And we don't really have anything pulling back in a dramatic way anymore. Yeah, I mean, Cali, okay, so like agents generally, and again, this is general, there's no set commission rate, right? But an agent might make in Texas, for instance, so 3%. Is there's no average. There's not allowed to be any average. And again, my license is technically inactive right now, and so I'm just talking about my historical, but 3%, right? So you do a deal in Texas, and the house is worth, 400K. You're gonna make out of that deal, or the agent side. So you and your broker are gonna split 12K from that deal. Now, the agent's not going to keep the full 12K. Most of the time, there's like most of the time the broker is going to take like a third of this. So, you know, you do you multiply times 0.66, and as an agent, you're going to keep about 7 to 8K of that deal, right? So that's in Texas, right? You get a $400,000 house in Cali. You know, what are houses cost in Cali? Like a decent house is going to be what, like $1 million? So, you know, you do the same thing here. You calculate it. You take 0.3, or you take 3%. That deal, you're making 30K. You know, 2/3 of that deal, you're going to keep 20K. So you're going to go from making 8K in Texas for like a $400,000 house to in Cali, $1 million house, you're going to make about 20 grand, you know, from one deal in Cali, just because the real estate market is so much higher there. And now, again, these are just examples. These are not for sure things. And this is just examples. There's no average commission rate. I'm just looking at what a lot of my deals were. So yeah, minus expenses though. Yeah, but people were waiting forever for it to break through 200. Now that it has, 200 will act as a good, nice support, and it's close to that level now. 200 for what? Tesla, I'm assuming you're meaning? Yeah, I mean, again, the problem with Tesla, though, it's so volatile. Here, this thing is so volatile. It's hard for me to swing trade. You know, if I was going to buy Tesla, I'm just going to sit on it long term. Like, I don't think swing trading Tesla is the smartest move most of the time. It depends. I think the only way I would ever swing trade this is if I bought some and I understood that if it ripped into the profit short term, that I would still be able to take profit and not have to worry about holding it forever. Because I mean, you got to look at this. This thing has gone from since September and October. This thing has gone from 300s all the way down to 100, all the way back up to 210, basically where it is now. That's a big swinging range there for Tesla. And so in terms of swing trading, big risk, big reward, I think is the way you got to look at it. It's at 204s now. Let's see if 200 holds. There's 200 right there. So it certainly could hold. Bathroom break. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, Bob are right around 100. We'll see if it holds. Spot pretty close to break even here. I mean, we're at 409.15s. Again, we'll see if that spot holds. Look at this guy, man. All right, guys. So yeah, SPY right around 409s here. Still very strong movement. Tesla over 200. Q sitting at 320s right now. Baba over $100. Uh, yeah, I'm not really trading natty gas right now here. Again, I just think there's too much risk. I made some money on natty gas earlier, but I'm not going to mess with it right now. It's just too much risk, I think. All right, guys. So, and again, we'll see what we can do. We can actually start trading in a couple minutes. SPY pretty flat, so I don't know if there's really any big edge in terms of adding to anything right now. Where's AMC at? AMC creeped up a little bit last week. So AMC's back at 5. Man, HKD has basically been so flat here. We did technically beat on deliveries, but people pumped up the expectations so much beforehand, so I'm not sure what the interpretation will be. Yeah, and again, today we have manufacturing PMI data. We have ISM manufacturing PMI. Expectations are for 47.5. 47.5. Tomorrow we got durable good orders and JOLTS job report, as well as Rosengren speaking. Governor Cook is speaking. Wednesday is when the week pops off. We got non-farm employment change data at 8:30. Non-manufacturing PMI, or at 8:15. Non-farm employment change data, and then ISM non-manufacturing PMI at 10. That'll be somewhat relevant Thursday. It's another pretty slow week, in all honesty. My question is, like, Friday unemployment and non-farm payroll data come out. Look at the SPY pop up a little bit. And so with that, I'm wondering how I should handle that stream. Like, should I still stream on Friday? But maybe just start the stream later on, or I'm not sure what I should do. Tesla at 203s now. Astros lost. Boo. Phil Hellmuth won the Las Vegas High Roller. All right, guys, look at Tesla dip. Let's see if it drags the market down. Tesla at 203s right now. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Ernie. So with no stock market, maybe post a video about it. Yeah, that's probably the right move. I mean, if the futures market was open, I'd probably cover it there too. But yeah. Man, I've been eating horribly the last couple days, man. terribly, bro. Honestly, so my daughter had a softball game like 30 minutes away from us. And like we used to have this place that was right down the street called Culver's. I think it's Culver's. Let me see. Might be Culver's. Let me see. Yeah, it's Culver's. So we had Culver's, which is like a Wisconsin fast food restaurant. They've got like burgers, cheese curds, Wisconsin cheese curds. And like we haven't had them in a year plus because like they had one by our house and it closed down. And so, bro, I went there and I bought 3 family-sized cheese curds, which are like huge. And I've been eating those things for days. So I gotta get right on how I'm eating. Look at Tesla breaking down. So let's watch 202. That's the low of pre-market today. I'm looking up some news on Tesla to see if there's any related news and stuff here. So let me see. But company reported Q1 deliveries. When did they post Q1 deliveries, man? All right, so Sunday, Tesla posted record quarter vehicle deliveries, but quarter-on-quarter sales growth was modest despite price cuts as rising competition and a bleak outlook weighed. So yeah, Tesla dropping down after they posted again. So yeah, Tesla dropped bad. Tesla delivered 422,875 vehicles for the quarter ending March 31st. We'll put this data up on the screen. That's the data right there. Production for the quarter consisted of about 19,437 Model S and X and 421,371 Model 3 and Y. Deliveries consisted of about 10.7 thousand units of Model S and X and 412.18 thousand units of Model 3Y, the company said. So we'll put this data up on screen as well so you can see it. That is basically the news for Tesla right now. What are the odds the Fed is done with rate hikes for the year? I don't know. I think pretty low. I think the odds of a pause are pretty low. Or I think, okay, let me rephrase. I think the odds of a pause are pretty high sometime this year. But a pause doesn't mean that we're done with rate hikes. So like I think we might pause and then go back to rate hikes sometime later on this year. I don't think we're going to pause for the rest of the year. Oh yeah, guys. So my daughter's going to be pitching at a game tomorrow. Honestly, I told my daughter, here's the story. I told my daughter that if she pitched, that I would buy her a new bat, softball bat, because she's good. She's been whacking the ball. You know, she's been doing really solid. Like she's got like a Juan Soto stance, but like she's one of the best hitters on our team for sure. And so I told her if she's pitching, then I'll buy her this bat. And I've told her that because she really wanted a bat. She talks about how she's trying to use everybody else's bat, but they're kind of, you know, they don't let her use it basically. And she really wanted a Ghost. And so I bring her to Academy, and the Ghost they had was like $60. And so, but it wasn't her size. And so we go to this other place, this like specialty bat store yesterday. And so we grabbed the bat. I didn't even think about how much it was. We grabbed the bat. We go to check out, and she's like, "Hey, your price is $567." And I'm like, "What?" Like, I was like, what? How much was the bat? And she was like, the bat's $4.99. And so she begged me to get it for her. So I ended up buying her a $500 bat yesterday. But I told her nobody else, if they're not letting her use if they're not letting her use the bats that they have at school, like if the kids at school aren't letting her use their bats, they definitely ain't about to use this $500 bat that I just bought her. But yeah, apparently, is it worth it though? Like, so I got her an Easton Ghost Advanced fast pitch softball bat. All right, at least I didn't get ripped off. I see on Academy and stuff like that, it's the same price. So at least I didn't get ripped off. It's the same price they would have had it at the store. But man, I wasn't ready for that. SPY pull it back to the 200 EMA. I could buy this dip, but again, I don't really trust the long-term dip. So if I do buy this, it's going to be like a small share size, and we're gonna buy it just in case we ended up rebounding back up. So we just bought 25 shares here, but again, we're not gonna keep, you know. Do you think more rate hikes are gonna put more banks in the bank? I don't know. Don't stoop to their level. Yeah, but I mean, it's not even stooping to their level. Like, I get it, you know, but like, it's also just because, you know, this bat's really expensive, and so I don't really want the whole team using the bat, to be honest. Especially if they wouldn't let her use their bats, you know, like. Q was at 318s. All right, so we bought 25 shares. Tesla might be weighing the market down, though. Look at Tesla dip. So Tesla's falling. Yeah. Yeah, Disney, man. Disney's been running. It's worth it. Yeah, I mean, she's good. And I told her it was an investment into her softball career, you know. But I wasn't happy about it. All right, guys. SPY at 409s here. 409s. Tesla at 201.50s. I didn't even know you could buy baseball bats for $500. Softball bats, but yeah. Rates are going up because of crude. Yeah, so you can kind of see we did have some crude. Oil prices are surging. OPEC's surprise output cut. Analysts are warning people of $100 per barrel. We do have ISM manufacturing data today, coming out later today at 10. All right, guys. So we got a little bit of a bounce on the SPY here. We bought a small little dip. We'll see if the 200 EMA and the volume weighted average price continue to hold. Again, break even. I could add a little bit more to this. I guess I can. All right, we're in 50 shares. We'll see if we get a quick pop. We'll take 25 off pretty fast here. I don't want to sit on this forever. We got 50 shares of the SPY right now. We're also still over the volume weighted average price, and so I hope that helps. I got a little bit of a move up. All right, so we're up a little bit here. I guess I'm going to let it sit. I want to give it time to bounce. Tesla is really kind of what's influencing this, at least. We can put the Q up as well. Anything else that you guys would rather have up here? I mean, we could put Disney up. Disney has made a nice little run. All right, so up a little bit, but not a ton. And Tesla's starting to bounce back over 200 to $202 here. You can see it's right over that spot now. Again, Tesla is what's dragging the market up some here. Look at Tesla. Disney still moving up some. We can look at like the dollar index here. A lot of people have been worried about the dollar. Dollar's been falling down all morning, which is an interesting dynamic too, because again, the dollar is usually going to have an inverse correlation with the market itself. All right, so we're up some. Tesla's still dragging this one up some. What's up, David? Where's Bitcoin at right now? I saw Bitcoin over the weekend. It's been pretty sideways at about 28.5K. About 28.5K, so. Yeah, I'm trying to be patient here. I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit off here just because I can. Just lock in some profits so I don't have to worry about it. But we did get the bounce right at the 200 EMA and the volume weighted average price despite Tesla's dip. All right, Tesla's still breaking down here. Is Tesla worth a dip buy now? I mean, Tesla's fallen from 205s basically down to 201.50s here. I don't know if I trust it enough, but it is falling down some. Yeah, I saw that. So if you look at the bottom here, analyst warning of $100 a barrel, surprise cut in crude. And yeah. Yeah, but softball, she knows she can get to me with softball. Again, she really is one of the better players on her team. You know, so like she's into softball herself, not because I'm pushing her to be in it. And she's probably one of the best players on her team. And really, she could play anywhere. Like right now, they got a lot of injuries on her team. She's usually second, but they have her at first. And I mean, I'm going to be honest. She's a much better first baseman than the previous first baseman. Like they've actually had close games with her there, because when they try to throw somebody out at first, she doesn't drop the ball. Like she will catch that ball every time. Like, and so the person that used to play first, she's just not consistent. Like they throw the ball to her, she gets nervous, she drops it, and they're young. I mean, they're in middle school, so I mean, that's going to happen. But the truth is, my daughter's not nervous at all. Like I've been humming the ball at her for 5+ years now, and so she doesn't fear the ball at all, which is good. I think that's kind of a step that you take when you get good at it, is you stop being worried about getting hit. But the previous first baseman that's injured right now, she was kind of scared at the ball. The catcher doesn't really catch that well, doesn't really throw that well, and so really, I think she would probably be the best catcher. Like she would be the most natural position for my daughter would be catcher right now, because she could throw out second pretty easily. But it's just kind of team politics. It's gonna be hard to get her to actually try catcher, But she's trying pitcher right now too. Yeah, for sure, Robert. 100%, man. Definitely top 3 catchers in the world right now. Yeah, I don't know. Again, we're in this now. Very small trade. I'm kind of slowly taking profit on this as it moves up because I can. But a small little bounce trade that we bought it basically right at the bottom here. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that, Ernie. Hey, what's up, Chris? Yeah, look, I mean, I get it, it's softball, but I'm going to be honest. One thing I hate about softball is the chants. Like, the parents are toxic sometimes. Like, the chants, I can't stand it in softball. It's just like, bro, y'all be quiet. Like, like the parents are. I root for my kid for sure, but there's another level of it where it's just kind of like where they're yelling and it's just hard for me to deal with. No, market is only open. Market's only open. The options market is only open at open at 9:30. Yeah, from 9:30 to 4 p.m. is when you can buy options. Anytime outside of there, you're not going to. Yeah, it is a short week. Friday, the market's closed. We still got unemployment and non-farm data. And again, subscribe to the channel. We will cover it. So we are going to cover that stuff. We might not stream it, but bro, I just like the parents are the ones that are hard to deal with. Like I get rooting for your kid, but like if your kid does a basic thing, the whole stand shouldn't erupt. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing where it's like the kids are playing and it's like one strike and the other team's parents are stomping their feet and they're screaming really loud and they're like, yeah. And I'm just over here like, what are y'all doing? Like, y'all be quiet. You know, the team's trying to concentrate. Both sides are trying to concentrate. Y'all aren't helping. You know, screaming and yelling isn't helping. And then the players themselves with the chants. I'm just kind of like, y'all be quiet. This isn't helpful for anybody. I even told my daughter, I was like, hey, look, you're great. I'm proud of you. But like, y'all's chants are horrible. You know? Softball, man. I'm just not used to it, you know? Like, I'm okay with arguing with the umps, with the blue. You know, I'm okay with yelling at them, right? But don't yell at the team every time a strike happens, you know? Yeah, my daughter's been playing catch with me since she was about at that age too, Robert. You know, she's been playing with me since she was little. Yeah, all good, David. Have a good day, bro. Tesla at 202.50s. We're watching that. Not even 7:30 yet here, guys. So, hey, hit that like button if you haven't already. We appreciate it. Again, let's break 100 likes real quick if we can. Try wrestling. I remember a parent running to the mat because his son lost an overtime big match. Of course, determined who would go to stage. He ended up throwing the security guard and coach. Yeah, for sure. I could understand wrestling more than anything. Maybe MMA might be a little bit worse, but in terms of parent reactions, I'm sure it's got to be kind of tough to watch your, you know. But no, like we with my daughter's softball game, and again, we're in the SPY right now. We've taken most of the profit. It's just a small little trade. We're a little introductory trade to the day. It's not even 7:30 yet, so we still got some time. Well, I mean, I can trade the TQ. Usually, it's going to have less liquidity though than the actual SPY itself, and I have the buying power to where I can buy the SPY itself. There's no commissions when I do it, and so in terms of just base liquidity, I like the SPY, but it doesn't matter. You know, if buying power was like a worry, you know, maybe I would probably try to trade that. But I also trade futures a lot as well. But no, my daughter played this other team, and bro, like I said, every strike, my daughter's trying to hit, and every strike, the other team is like, woo, and they're stomping their feet and stuff, and then my daughter just whacks the ball to left center and gets like a triple or double or something, and then the other team is like silent, and so then I'm like, yeah, good hit, Maddie, good hit, you know, and the whole team is just silent, and so it's just like, I get rooting for your kid, but like at a certain point it can get a little toxic, I think. SPY trying to break over the previous closing price here, so SPY actually trying to go from red to green, green to red here. We bought the dip worked. We'll take our little $10 bill and just enjoy the day now. No, what's a comment, Anthony? What is a comment? I don't even know what a comment is, bro. You don't read comments, man. I don't even know what a comment is. I'm not reading your comment right now, that's for sure. Definitely not reading it right now. What is the best site to buy and sell crypto? I mean, that is a very vague based answer. You know, like, what's the best site? Best is subjective. What are you trying to do? You trying to trade them? You trying to invest in them? You trying to make money in other ways? You trying to buy other stuff? What are you trying to do? What do you consider best? Fills, commission? You know, like, there's a lot of nuance to that question. Yeah, for sure, Chris. 100%, bro. I hate it, dude. Honestly, it's the hardest part of me being a parent to a softball player. It's just the other parents. They're ridiculous. Yeah, like they had another pitcher that was on my daughter's team. And like when she struggles, I can respect her parents because her parents are like, hey, you could pitch better than this. Like, tighten it up, tighten it up. Like, that's fine to say. Right. But some of the other parents, they just go too far, man. Yeah, I don't know. We could be bullish today. We could be bearish too. I mean, crude oil is something to watch for sure. Crude. Yeah, oil going crazy. Um, all right, so we got out of the SPY. We wrote it up perfectly. Tesla's still bouncing back, though. It'll be an interesting dynamic of it. The dollar index is still breaking down, not really following the market a ton like you might want it to. AMC ripping up some, maybe. AMC is not moving at all. And AMC, unfortunately for AMC traders here, the range of AMC is getting worse and worse and worse. So, like, if you look at Friday on AMC, AMC literally moved less than 15 cents all day Friday. AMC as a stock moved less than 15 cents all day Friday. So the low were 487, the high was 505. Actually, okay, so yeah, it moved a little bit over 15 cents. It looks like it moved. Yeah, it moved less than 20 cents all day Friday. Yeah, I don't know, Elder. There's a lot of sites, brother. I would just look up the top 4 or 5 sites and go with those. INDO. Yeah, I hear a lot of people talking about INDO today. It's gapping up some. You can look at it here on the right. So it's going up there. It's at 650s right now. We're watching it. We'll see if it moves at all. Yeah, a lot of people talking about Bed Bath and Beyond today. The problem with Bed Bath and Beyond is that, like, again, you got so many people that are stuck in BBBY from all this stuff, from the Cohen pump that happened earlier, months and months ago. You just got a lot of people that are stuck here, you know. In that, like, you got a lot of people that are just stuck in Bed Bath and Beyond. So the problem is the problem here is that when you're stuck in a position like this, like if you accidentally bought BBBY at like 25s, 20s, 15s, 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s, 6s, you're going to be so bullish right now that, like, it's going to cloud your judgment. You know, I'm not saying Bed Bath and Beyond is not going to rip up, but I'm talking about in general fundamentals of Bed Bath and Beyond. In terms of general fundamentals of it, what's the argument for Bed Bath and Beyond's future value? Like, what is Bed Bath and Beyond gonna do to save its brand? Like, what can it do? You know, right now, Bed Bath and Beyond is a ghost town. Anytime you walk in BBBYs, they're a ghost town. Nobody's ever there, right? And so, what are they going to change about their business that's going to make them more valuable? Because right now, all I see is nobody's ever in Bed Bath and Beyond. The stores are losing money like crazy. Amazon is basically filling the gap between people who used to go to Bed Bath and Beyond. Now they're just ordering stuff off of Amazon. So Bed Bath and Beyond is one of the prime, like, Amazon, stores that Amazon basically took their business. And so what's the argument for Bed Bath & Beyond's strength outside of sensationalized, like, short squeeze craziness or hedge funds or synthetic shares or naked shorts or whatever the really retail traders who are trying to convince people to buy it say, right? What's the real argument there? Genuinely, what's the real argument? I mean, Raphael, I know it might not be fun to hear, brother. I know you were holding Bed Bath and Beyond, and it's all good, man. I'm not against you. What I'm asking is, like, what's the argument? Like, how is, outside of sensationalism, how is Bed Bath and Beyond going to succeed as a company? I think that's a realistic argument. That's a realistic question here in terms of. I see a lot of people pumping BBBY. What's the argument there? A genuine question. I'm not saying there isn't one. I'm just asking what the actual argument is, because I don't know. I don't want people to get talked into this, and this thing just destroy their life savings. Like that. That's my goal. I covered the Bed Bath and Beyond squeeze that happened last year. Made money on it, I'm pretty sure. But I was honest with people when I got out, because I'm not going to sit on that thing forever, and I understood the risks fundamentally with BBBY. Market started to turn. Again, we did take profit there. Yeah, but Raphael, I get it, man. And again, I appreciate the subscribers that came from Bed Bath and Beyond, but I'm not gonna. Okay, I'm not going to pretend to like a stock just to gain followers, man. And you shouldn't want me to. Nobody here should want me to pretend to like a stock just to keep the followers that I have. Again, regardless of whether you guys like BBBY or not, it's all love here. It really is. But again, you guys know me. I'm going to be honest about how I feel about specific stocks. And this is something I've been saying for months and months now. What's the argument for Bed Bath & Beyond's future? Like, how are they going to succeed as a store? Like, what are they going to do that's going to turn their business around? Because if they continue with the levels that they are right now, they're going to fail, man. They're going to fail. I mean, some would say they already have failed. I mean, I think they're talking about bankruptcy now. Yeah, but you're defending it like, you know what I mean? You're defending it like, and I get it. I'm not shooting shots at you, Raphael. Again, I appreciate you being here. You're a good member of the community. You're generally pretty supportive. You're never really toxic, and so I appreciate you, Raphael. But again, my job is to be honest. And again, I see risk in Bed Bath & Beyond. I also understand the nature of it, where a lot of people got stuck in this stuff, But I think we got to look at it objectively. And again, what's the argument? I'm not saying there's not an argument either. Yeah, maybe, Raphael. I hope you're right, brother. I really do. Good luck, man. I hope you're right. I could look up the float size in terms of short float here. Bed Bath & Beyond right now has a short float. I mean, some say it's got 120, 130% short float. Is that true? I mean, if that's true, I might buy up stuff. According to Yahoo Finance, it's got about... But see, what's the actual float size? Does anybody know? I'm showing anywhere between 20 and 120 for BBBY. And so, I mean, I could buy it up down here, to be honest. What's the short float that y'all are showing on y'all's end? I lost money on AMC, BBY. Made some on GameStop. BBY, you mean Best Buy? Again, I'm not against buying up BBBY here. I'm really not. Like, again, if the short float's high enough, I will buy up some cheap shares, very small size, but I will buy up some stuff if I think it's good. Got you. Oh, you meant Bed Bath & Beyond. Okay, got you. Yeah, it's just a rough looking chart. And again, it's justified, man. Because again, Carol likes shopping at Bed Bath & Beyond. Every time I go to Best Buy, there's a Bed Bath & Beyond right next to it. And so we actually go to Bed Bath & Beyond sometimes. I don't know if I've ever really seen more than one other person in that store at any time. I don't think I've ever seen more than one person in that store when we go. And I think what happened is the Cohen craziness, where Cohen pumped it up and then sold like he should have. Right? I think a lot of people followed Cohen in, but they didn't follow him out. And yeah. But if the short float is accurate, I might buy it up down here. But again, it's going to be very small size. What do y'all show for short float on Bed Bath & Beyond? Does anybody know? 10-to-1 reverse split? I mean, I think that'd probably be a good idea. But again, I'm not telling you to buy anything. She talks you into buying pillows. She doesn't talk me into it. Honestly, I talked myself into buying pillows. I bought a $150 pillow one time. And then I never even used it. It was a memory foam pillow. I just didn't like it. The malls near me have Bed Bath & Beyond, and they're always popping. You sure you're not talking about Bed Bath & Body Works, Corbin? Sounds like you're talking about Bed Bath & Body Works, brother. Bed Bath & Body Works is different. Okay, Bed Bath & Body Works is like candles. So there's like candles everywhere. It smells good. They're selling candles for like $40 a piece. They're banking money from that. That's Bed Bath & Body Works. Okay, listen, I've got a wife and a daughter. I understand differences there. But you might be talking about Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm not sure. INDO, Indonesian Energy Corporation, still gapping up, trying to hold the VWAP here. Yeah, see, I knew you were talking about that, Corbin, because everybody knows that store. Anybody with a significant other knows that store, bro. You know, you go in, it smells like candles. Candles are like $30, $40, $50 a piece. They're banking money. You buy like 4 candles and a hand sanitizer, and it's like $300. And they're loving life over there at that store. They've got to be making crazy money. But again, that's not Bed Bath & Beyond. That is Bed Bath & Body Works, sir, which I think is a different symbol. But yeah, they are always popping, man. They've got people in there all the time, nonstop. There's always people there. Bed Bath & Body Works Bed Bath & Beyond is different, though. That's not the same store. INDO is still looking okay. It's looking interesting. Tesla started to dip down. Maybe I'll buy a dip, but we cut our trade. It looks like we cut it. I know it's a small trade here, guys. So I didn't really make much money from it. But like, look at this little dip. Check that out. Look at that little number here. And so I didn't make barely anything from it, but hey, I will take it. When you're right, you're right. We got out basically at that last candle at the very top. Yeah, for sure, Justin. We all know for sure. What's up, Shepard? I don't know if it's 19 or 126%, but it's something around there. But yeah, look at these dips, man. So again, we bought it up here and here, and then we started selling here, here, and here. We got out basically at the very top. So I will take that. Yeah, all good, Pawn. No worries, man. I've been falling asleep early too. So yesterday morning, not yesterday, but the day before, I fell asleep at like 8:30. I ended up waking up at 3:30 and I couldn't go back to sleep. My son's exactly like me, man. My son is exactly like me. So my son and I will both, once I'm up, I can't go back to sleep. So if I wake up at all, it's very difficult for me to go back to sleep. And my son's the same way. So my son will get up at 5, 6 a.m. and say, hey, I can't go back to sleep. Hey, I can't go back to sleep. And usually we'll be like, hey, no, go back to sleep. And he'll come in later and say, hey, I can't. And so I'm the same way. I get up at 3, 4, 5 a.m. and then I'm up. If I look at my phone, it's definitely over. You know, any sleep I'm going to do is definitely done now. But I try not to look at my phone. But even regardless of any of that stuff, it's still, if I wake up, it's hard for me to go back to sleep. Yahoo Finance short float was short percentage of float 4,126%. Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, man. Maybe we'll buy some options today. I could do some options. Oil is interesting today. I've been looking at like XOM. A lot of people looking at IM or INDO. Oil craziness is causing market. Yeah, for sure, Ernie. That's probably it. I mean, Bed Bath and Beyond is where you go. I don't know. Carol always goes there to get like bed sheets and like, you know, stuff like that. Look at INDO. So look at oil, man. Oil really is popping up today. Look at INDO and up to 669, 665. Yeah, so OPEC price surprise cuts. INDO hit 670s here. SPY still dipping down a little bit here. So SPY still looking weak. What do you mean point? How about this question? How much is the minimum starting capital to qualify to register on a broker? What do you mean by that? All right, so market's falling down under the 200 EMA, under the VWAP. So again, we're pulling back down a little bit. Oil, INDO flying up to 670 again. SPY still moving back down. The lows are right around 408 on the SPY. GameStop still at $23 here. GameStop still at 23. Yeah, short data is not accurate data for sure. Yeah, Tesla trying. It's at 201s right now, but oil ripping up. SPY breaking down here. The lows of pre-market are right around 408. So you can kind of see the lows of not even pre-market, but extended hours right around 408. Look at TOS. So TOS shows Sunday price action here. I don't know if it was futures, but look. So from April 2nd. For about an hour, it showed April 2nd price action, which is strange. But again, we'll see if that level hits. 408 seems like a support level. We're all the way up at 408.80s here, so we're still a pretty long way away from that spot. Yeah, so we're just kind of hanging out right now. I'm looking to see if I can find some more trades. Again, I think the market's a little bit extended on the upside, so I'm a lot more likely to want to short the market right now, to be honest here, because I just think, frankly, that it probably makes more sense to look for downside action because the market's just sideways and flat today. You know what I mean? So again, we'll see if we get anything, but that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I think the market is a little bit extended on the upside, so I could pivot to a more short based strategy here, and I might short a little bit here, 25 shares maybe short. We'll take 50. So we're shorting 50 shares of the SPY here. We got a little bit of a cushion built up. I will trade futures today too, if we can get some good momentum to play. But if the market pushes up, it's all good. Like I said, we do have a cushion built already, but I am shorting the market now short term. Not going to be long term. It's just short term. Again, we'll see what the market does. Oil's the big story of the day for sure. We're watching Tesla here. And again, I do think we might be a little extended on the upside, but I think I just got to patiently wait as much as I can. One share of Apple and Google will cost you nearly $400, but there's no minimum to start trading, but you should certainly spend months researching. I have trouble expressing myself. Not a native speaker. I wanted to try holding some stocks like Apple and Google. How much money do I need to get started? Well, it depends on how many shares you're looking to buy. You don't really need much to get started. You could even buy fractional shares in some places. But if you want to just invest, again, I would just start accumulating shares. You know, but again, if you're going to do that, it should be long term. Again, I'm not telling you what to do. I have no idea what you should do. Not liable if you lose. Always make your own assessment. Trade responsibly. Not investment professionals here. Not liable if you lose money. But yeah, again, if it was me, I would just start trying to accumulate shares. So I would try to pick up a portfolio of blue chips, healthy companies like Disney, Apple, Google, Amazon, mostly tech. Maybe if you diversify, get some Walmart or Target or something like that, and just kind of diversify into stuff like that. And then just try to slowly build a portfolio. Dollar cost averaging is very useful because DCAing just means periodic buys regardless of price at a specific level. And so DCAing can be very useful. So it's like an example of a DCA strategy would be like POI comes out at 10. We'll put a timer up in a second. But yeah, an example of a DCA strategy would be like, hey, I'm gonna buy 20 shares every other day for 2 months, you know, and then at that point, regardless of price, you should have like a good specific level. I love you. Love you. Hey, write your name on the back. Okay, in big letters. What I would also recommend is get like something and because people can probably use fingernail polish remover and remove your name from it. And so what I would do is I would put something that nobody else knows about. I would take
something and put like 3 marks somewhere. Yeah, like scratch 3 marks into it. That way, if somebody else, if you see somebody with the bat and they try to say, no, this is mine, you can say, hey, look, my bat's got 3 marks on it there. All right. Like that's something that you need to do and just don't lose it. All right. All right. I love you. Hey, thank you for the $10 donation, man. I appreciate it for sure. Thank you. Shout out to you. $10, €10 donation. Appreciate it, man, for sure. Yeah, sorry. I bought my daughter a $500 baseball softball bat yesterday. And so she better not lose that thing. All right, so again, we're in 50 shares of the SPY short here. This could be a long-term trade if I needed to, though. I don't mind holding this a little bit longer term and just trying to be patient and wait. Yeah. All right, buddy. Love you, man. Daddy. Love you, buddy. Have a good day, dude. You okay? You feeling okay?
Yeah, it's just good. It's gonna be in the 90s today.
Okay, good. No, I love you guys. Yeah, so yeah, we'll see what happens. They better not lose them. All right, but yeah, we're in the short right now on the SPY, 50 shares. Not necessarily a small position short, but I think the market is a little bit up there too much. I think regardless of renewed optimism, I think we're just a little bit too high up there. I think the likelihood of a pullback is getting higher and higher. So if I do take a position, it's going to be short, which I'm in right now. And I don't mind shorting the market a little bit longer term either. Not long term, but like if this one turns out to work really well, I don't mind holding this longer term, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Oh, well, that's not good. That sounds like a concussion, man. I'd go see a doctor. Tesla's not weak. Tesla's at 200s. I mean, it's just pulling back some. It's popped up. Like, again, here's a 10-day chart on Tesla. So it's like Tesla has done this over the last 10 days. So it's not weak if it does this because it's already up just huge amounts here. Like, look at how much Tesla's up. So but again, we're in 50 shares of the SPY here. We'll see if this works. Low volume currently, but Tesla's just pulling back. Again, stocks aren't going to go up forever. Profit taking is a thing that can happen. And Tesla was one of the ones I was wildly wrong about. I mean, I'm not wrong about much here. But Tesla was definitely one of the ones I was wrong about. I thought it was weak at $100. And so 100% later, I was definitely wrong. INDO still pushing up. You can look at like Exxon on the right here. You can look at some tech stocks. Here's Apple on the right too. Apple gapping down some today with everything else. The volume weighted average price of the 200 EMA up. Tesla's starting to move down though. Tesla's just up so much already that a pullback, like you got to understand extension here. One of the things that we talked about with SQ the other day is like, remember, we bought SQ a couple days ago and we sold it already, but we bought it a couple days ago after this big dip. And again, group thinking can be a powerful thing, right? So like if something's gapping down big, group thinking might play a factor where people are like, oh yeah, it's weak. And so we had a lot of bears try to make fun of me for buying SQ in the 50s a couple, like a week or so ago. And again, if it shows anything, you got to understand extension here, right? Extension is incredibly relevant. In my opinion, extension is one of the most important things to understand in the market. It's just base extension. So if SQ is gapping down 20+%, the odds of a short-term bounce are very high in that regard. And same thing with Tesla. If Tesla pushes up 30% short-term, the likelihood of a pullback is high. Not always, of course. Like I said, we're shorting the SPY now because we think it's a little bit extended on the upside. But again, it could essentially do anything. And we're not in a large enough position to where we're necessarily going to worry about this. But there's just a lot of the extension plays a huge factor in everything, and it should influence your decisions, in my opinion, in the market. Again, it's one of the reasons we bought SQ at the 50s and sold at the 60s is because, again, when everybody's jumping in short, I know a bounce could happen. Because again, what happens here is that people, including maybe Hindenburg themselves, people who rode this down, what are they going to do when they're up big percentages? What are they going to do? What they're going to do is they're going to start taking profit. What happens when they start taking profit? You get a bounce generally. And again, if we zoom out here, you can kind of see exactly what happened. We called this down to the T. I said my profit target was like 64s, but it ended up going up to 70s. And so again, when you're right, you're right. But the big thing to understand is just extension here. Like, you got to understand extension. Extension plays a huge factor in everything. And again, new traders, they look at a gap up of 20+% and they say, wow, that must be strong, right? It's gapping up 20%. It must be strong. We're going to watch it for bullish moves. Experienced traders look at a gap up of 20% and they say, hey, this is extended on the upside. You know, they say, hey, this is extended now. I'm going to take it the other way now. That's the most effective logic there, I think. You bought Tesla at 206 or SQ, Gabby? I like Tesla ETF and it pays dividends. Tesla ETF. There's a Tesla ETF that pays dividends? When did that happen? How are banks doing today? JP Morgan ripping up almost to 131s. Yeah, look at Tesla breaking lows. That'll probably drag the market down. So again, JP Morgan, other banks doing very well. Bank of America up there. Citigroup up there. Citi has been outperforming a lot of these. FRC range is tightening here. Google's still doing all right. Microsoft has been performing really well versus everything else. Why is the Dow moving up? I think a lot of stuff is just moving up from renewed optimism in banking. Oil's causing some stuff to happen today too. So getting a delayed reaction on the SPY here. And again, we are short in this. So we are short. Taking a rare short position in pre-market. Usually I'd never short in pre. But again, I think the market might be just a little bit too extended on the upside now. All right, so we're green in the short position on the SPY now. Very slightly green, but green nonetheless here. Tesla bouncing back up to 201s might help the market rebound some. Upstart. All right, so yeah, Upstart. Again, I call it the curse of mid caps. All right, so UPST and other mid caps like this, man, they just struggle because mid caps are the stocks that people overestimate their strength, right? The big problem with mid caps is simple. It's that people overestimate how strong they actually are. And so if you look at long-term stocks, like a very common pattern for mid caps is this, where like the growth phase of the stock is in, and like here's a weekly chart on Upstart. You can kind of see it go like this during the growth phase, right? But then once people realize that it's not quite as profitable as everybody made it out to be, some of the best shorts in the world are in mid caps, in my opinion. I think mid caps can just be powerful shorts. If you look at a lot of examples, there's a ton of examples of this, right? With Peloton, with BYND, with Upstart. You got a lot of overhyped mid caps where people just pump them up to unreasonable levels. Again, I think the real way to determine what might be a good opportunity there is looking for stocks that are relatively new. So like Upstart has been around only since 2020 in terms of public companies. So again, we are green on the SPY here. We are green. I'm going to take I'm going to take 15 shares off of this. All right. So we just locked in 15 shares of profit. We are also scalping futures. The same thing is what we're doing in futures right now. So we are scalping futures right now. Same thing. So far, the profit we have taken in futures on the day shorting, same strategy on the SPY here on Top Step. We are up about $60 on the day shorting. Still got one contract left on the short side here. So we will be up a little bit more than that. And I'll go ahead and take that off as well. So again, not a bad little start to the day futures wise. We are up about 140. Got a nice little cushion in futures. So we'll see how that goes for the rest of the day. Again, I do think the market's a little bit extended on the upside here. I don't mind trying to let this work. But yeah, I guess the point is, okay, mid caps are the most dangerous for traders. Okay, because again, they're overhyped. They don't have the history of most large blue chips. So like stuff like UPST, they're overhyped. They don't have the history of like Microsoft, Apple, Disney, Google, Amazon, Ford, Walmart, Target. They don't have the history of that. They haven't been around long enough for that, and so people overestimate their strength. Okay, so like whenever you got a brand new stock that's only been around for a couple years that is at $200, $300, $400 a share, chances are that it could be a little bit extended on the upside. Chances are. Now, not always, of course, but chances are when you got a company like that, it could be a little bit extended on the upside. And again, you'll see companies like this all the time, like, again, Peloton, Beyond Meat, Upstart. There's a lot of different companies like this, to be honest. You'll see companies like this all the time. Just be careful investing in them. Like, you can trade them and make money on swing trades. But again, if you look at them like they're blue chips, a lot of the time you're going to lose money. A lot of the time. Because again, they're frankly just overhyped. All right, we're getting the breakdown that we thought we might get. We're going to take another 10 shares off here. Locking a little bit more. Small little trade here. And we'll just let the rest work. I'll try to let this one sit all day if I can. I think we might get a longer term breakdown all day. Tesla's starting to pull back here. And again, I just think that we're so extended on the upside now that this just makes sense. Yeah, they've got sensationalized news. Yeah, all good, Kelly. Again, I hope you understand. I'm not trying to like knock on your stock or anything like that. It's just, again, I'm going to be as honest as I can about how I feel. I'm not saying Upstart's going to fail. What I'm saying is that it's too new for me to trust long term. And so again, the logic that I use is when I look to invest in something, how long has this been around? How long has it been around? Has it been around for a century like Disney? Has it been around for decades and decades and has basically become so big in terms of cultural impact like Amazon that it's going to be okay long term? Do a large majority of a specific product use them in the world, like Apple? Everybody has Apple for the most part in the US. I have a Samsung, by the way, so I'm not against Samsung. But you got to have that thought experiment when you look at something. Upstart's good, but is it some type of culturally impactful stock that everybody knows and everybody uses? No. And so it has no business. It never had any business being up here at $400 a share. It had no business being up there. Again, and so if you're looking to take some good short positions, mid caps, I think, are where you're going to make the most money. I think if you want to invest long term into stuff, blue chips obviously are what you need to do. And I think if you want to day trade, futures is kind of one of the ways you can do it. And again, one of my sponsors, guys, and it is a sponsor, and so I'm biased in their favor, is Top Step. Now, what Top Step does is Top Step tests your skill in day trading, right? So there's a barrier of entry for day trading that most people can't hit. So like most people are not able to day trade because you need 25K plus to day trade with a margin account. Most people don't have that. So they try to cash account it, or they try to just do a lot of different stuff. Severely restricted. The easiest way to get started day trading is the futures market. If you look at the SPY here, which is what I've been trading, is what I've been shorting. I'm in a short position now on the SPY. You could trade the same thing in the futures market. And again, we are up trading futures, but you'll notice this is the same price action. So this is the SPY in the futures market. And again, we've been doing the same thing we've been doing in stocks. In futures, you can kind of see on the combine, we're up 145, 150 bucks. And so again, you can day trade futures and there's no PDT restrictions, and you can essentially day trade the SPY or any other commodity, but you can day trade the SPY with a margin account, no PDT restrictions. You buy market, buy bid, sell the ask, trade just like stocks. There's a few subtle differences, but again, that's the way you get around the PDT rule. And Top Step tests your skill and then funds you if you're profitable. So they test your profitability. They're a funded account challenge. So they're a great way to test your skill. If you don't know whether you should take large size in futures or not, if you want to test to see if you're ready to really scale up in size, or if you don't have the money to put up the money yourself, which you need about 10 to 15K, the futures market and these funded account programs can be very, very useful. It's honestly the best of both worlds. If you're good enough to pass the testing, once you pass, they give you a demo. If you can hit their price target while following the rules, you pass the testing. If you can pass it, you keep 90% of your profit. So you're basically keeping the same amount you would if you put the money up yourself. But if you lose a funded account program, it's only like 140 bucks. You can reset for 100. And so the losses that you take are much less, and the reward is basically the same. All right. That's a very useful thing for new traders. And most new traders are going to lose money anyway. But yeah, it's called Top Step. It's the easiest way to test your skill. It's the smallest barrier of entry. If you're good enough, you can get funded. If you're not good enough, you're going to lose less than you would putting up the money yourself in futures. And again, day trading futures is very similar to day trading stocks. Very similar. So again, if you want to check it out, there's the link. Great way to help support the channel. Again, it is a sponsor of mine. I am biased in their favor, but a great way to help support the channel. You can get 20% off at that link. I buy market sometimes. I mean, it varies, but I buy market sometimes. It just depends on what I'm doing. Okay, we're going to take a little bit off here. Tesla's trying here. Tesla is really what's influencing the market. And so a lot of the time what I'll do is I'll look for Tesla to break down, and then I'll short the market because there's going to be a little bit of a lag in between there. All right, so we just made a little bit more in futures here. Just get out. We are up about 175 on the day. Again, basically day trading the SPY right here in the futures market. The correlation in history shows that after the Fed reducing money flow, the stocks go up. That happened. Then usually oil prices go up next. We got it now. The next is to look at oil price drops, and that starts a bit before S&P 500 drops. Keeps an eye on oil. Keep an eye on oil when they start to drop after the pump. Yeah, for sure. I think that's a reasonable thing to watch. PLTR. Yeah, but I think the move down for that one is done. I mean, that one's gone from 45 in January of 21 all the way down to $9, basically 850s. So I think that move is already done. MVIS was another one. I've seen these happen a lot. Again, mid caps that have big upward moves, very short term, are usually the best things to short, in my opinion. Again, there's been a lot of overhyped mid caps. People just get too hyped up about them. They treat them like they're blue chips. They invest in them. They think they're investing like they have it in their head like, hey, I'm doing the right thing. I'm investing my money. They hear investing safe, and so they put their money into these terrible mid cap companies. and they think their money is safe, but it's not. You know, that's the thing to understand. Like, and then when it drops 70, 80% in a year, they're stuck like, man, stock trading's rigged or whatever it is. No, it's not. You're just putting your money into terrible things. Like, again, mid caps, not what I'm putting my money in. Again, if I'm buying something long term, I'm buying blue chips. So we got Ron saying it's a long-standing company. This is quoting Ron's Twitter link or Twitter post here. So he said, quote, from Adam Aaron, AMC CEO, he said, quote, it is long-standing company policy not to comment on M&A rumors, mergers and acquisitions is what M&A means, and speculation. Comment once, you have to do it always, but then comes along this freaking website. Obviously, the information highlighted in orange did not happen on March 28th. Oh, man. Ron shooting shots at Benzinga. Ooh, man. There's so many emotional people. Listen to me. He said, I believe it's both. This guy, Will, said, I believe it's both, Adam. He said, the frustration I have inside is unexplainable. I will never be the same after the abuse that I've witnessed and personally experienced by being an investor of what Wall Street deemed as meme stocks. I live for the day I redeem all that's been stolen. Here's the problem with that is that this guy's not emotional from how he's been treated for holding meme stocks. This dude's emotional because he lost everything investing into these meme stocks, right? That's where his emotion's coming from. But it's so hard to look at objectively for him that instead he gets mad at the messengers. He gets mad at people, quote unquote, the abuse of people telling him that it's a risky investment, which it obviously has been. AMC has gone down to big levels, right? He's not mad about the abuse he's faced. He's mad that AMC has done what it did and that the quote unquote abusers in this situation were right. That's what he's really mad about in the comment section. But again, it's one of these weird things where it's like, okay, AMC at $30, right? You got people saying, hey, AMC's overpriced at $30. These meme investors are making a mistake. You know, these meme investors are wrong. The meme investors will say, nah, these guys are just haters working for the big banks, right? At $30, this is a great level, right? And then over time, AMC goes from $30 down to $5, loses a large majority of its value. And then instead of those same traders saying, well, maybe these people were just trying to help me because they were right, because AMC went from $30 down to $5. Maybe these guys were right. You know, instead of actually having that logical thought process of like, hey, maybe the criticism was valid. Maybe maybe they were right in telling me that this was risky and that this was a dumb investment. Maybe they were right. Instead of having that thought process, what is it? It says, oh, the abuse. It's like, what are y'all talking about, man? Y'all were just wrong. AMC dropped from $30 down to $5. You know, and so I get AMC community. I get it. I'm not against you guys. But at a certain point, you got to call a spade a spade. Like, the people criticizing AMC were right at this point in time. Adam Aaron comes out and says that the ape divvy is the best thing ever. And everybody's like, woohoo, the ape divvy. And then 6-8 months later, Adam Aaron comes out and says getting rid of the ape divvy is the best thing for AMC ever. And then everybody's like, woohoo. Like, it contradicts itself. Hey, what's up, Relentless, my guy? What's up, brother? Right, for sure, Gabby, 100%. Keegan Key, no, I love Keel and Peele, though. Yeah, I don't know about PLTR. All I know is that I can't ever pronounce it right. Goldfishes? Where's this goldfish investment strategy? Oh, we are breaking down here. You love to see it. Hey. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to hold this all day. Me 5 minutes later taking profit. I mean, we're just really right really quickly, and it's a small trade, but hey, I'll take it. Palantir, yeah, I can never pronounce it. I have to go to Google and do this. Google even knows. I start to type in PAL, and then Google says, "Are you looking for Palantir pronunciation?"
Palantir.
Boom. Never again will I get it wrong. Never again. Yeah, the fact that Ron's trying to blame Benzinga for AMC's weakness, what a ridiculous thing here. Like, dude, again, Adam Aaron saying, "Oh, the ape divvy is the greatest thing ever." Getting rid of the ape divvy 6 months later is the greatest thing ever. Like, bro, like, I'll be surprised if Ron has a job at AMC in the next year or two. Because, again, he just seems to be, like, he's sensationalizing the stock is what he's doing. Like, Benzinga is not the only people to ever get a subset of wrong factors here. Like, again, he's just trying to put the blame on anybody else he can. He's trying to be the morality police and try to say, hey, it's not my fault AMC's struggling. It's by companies like that. And that's just such a ridiculous statement. Again, he's trying to make the holders of AMC emotional so that they don't sell. He's trying to say you holding AMC is a moral fight. Is what he's trying to say, but it's not. You know, that's not what it is. It has nothing to do with, you know, it's not a moral fight. You know, like that's not what it is. But he's trying to make the holders. He's trying to talk them into that. That's what he's doing. Yeah. Yeah, Google knows. They're ready. They're like, are you trying to say Palantir? Hey. All right, guys. I don't even know if I want to send this post to Adam Aaron, but I kind of do. Buying the dip again. I'm shorting right now, but basically out of the short already. Yeah, I'm in some shorts too. I just think now's the time to if I'm gonna short something, I think now's the time to do it. You know, I think market's extended on the upside from all the big moves we've had. Who knows though, man, for sure. Like, I definitely don't know. All right, guys, sitting tight, waiting for something to happen here. SPY's been breaking down over the last couple minutes. The volume weighted average price is still up there. We're just kind of sitting back waiting for some type of good trend to happen here. Here's Apple. Apple at 164s. Tesla down at under 200s here. I understand, but why do you have to continue to speak about AMC? I don't get it. Because it's market news, man. I'm looking at Adam Aaron. I'm covering market news, man. One of the news stories is that Adam Aaron posted basically a very critical argument, a very critical thing to Benzinga. And Benzinga over there is friends of mine. Like, I went to Money Mitch's wedding. Like, they're friends of mine, or at least Mitch's. And so Adam Aaron blaming Benzinga for what probably was an automated thing and claiming that they're evil is just crazy, honestly. Again, you might support AMC. I understand that. But with the CEO just randomly acting like this, it's just nonsensical. It doesn't make sense. It's just kind of, it seems emotional to me. And again, I guess the problem is that, like, you can be an AMC holder and still criticize the CEO. You know, I'm in AMC right now, to put it into perspective, but I don't agree with this. I think this is just trying to blame somebody. It's trying to avoid accountability for Adam Aaron. I think he's just trying to avoid accountability. Again, he's been very inconsistent. Oh, the ape divvy's the greatest ever. 6 months later, the ape divvy's the worst thing ever. Getting rid of it's the greatest thing ever. Like, I think that AMC holders need to stop shooting the messenger, you know, and start being genuinely objective about criticisms coming their way. You know, I think that's an obvious thing, you know. And again, me covering market news, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with it. Again, I get it. Y'all might be emotional about whatever I'm saying, but I'm going to cover market news. All right, so market's starting to rip up a little bit. Yeah, I feel you. It is just a movie theater stock. I get it. Again, 100% understand. I guess what I'm trying to do is smack some sense into AMC holders and make them realize that, like, they're being manipulated by people. And the way they're being manipulated is that you got all these people that are just like think about it from this perspective, okay? If you know your stock is weak, but you need to make sure people do not sell it, All right, what are you going to do if you're an executive of a company? Serious question, genuine thought experiment. What are you going to do? Right? You know your stock is weak, but you can't have people sell it. Right? Selling it would put you even more trouble. So how do you get people to hold it? You make it a morality issue. You say, oh, well, this is a moral issue. Punish the hedge funds. Punish the big banks. Stand up for what's right. Look at all these evil people out there. Stand up for what's right. That's how you do it. And so, again, AMC holders are being played with. And, again, that should be frowned upon, in my opinion. But it's all love here, But that should be frowned upon. Hey, what's up, Broderick? Yeah, I love the at-home movie series. Man, I've been loving life in those things. COP? What's COP? Oh, ConocoPhillips. Oil. Yeah, oil's been going crazy today. The oil's been going crazy because of the OPEC price cut. They're projecting 100 plus per barrel, and oil's been ripping up. ConocoPhillips is up. Exxon is up. There's just a lot of them that are up today. All right, so we're in our short here. We've already scaled out of most of it. I guess I'm just going to sit in this. Apple trying to pounce up a little bit. Tesla's still right at $200, right at $200. PMI data drops at 10 o'clock. We will put the number on screen so you can actually see it here. 10 o'clock on the dot. It is 8:30 market time right now, 8:30. And we will put this up. So we got an hour and a half. An hour and a half left before PMI data drops. And again, we will stream it all live. We have first we have manufacturing data at 9:45, and then we have ISM manufacturing PMI at 10, which is the bigger release. ISM manufacturing PMI is the bigger release. All right, market pulling back a little bit. Honestly, I think AMC probably needs a younger CEO, is my guess. Apple started to dip down. We'll see if we actually hold under the 200 level for Tesla. I'm not saying Ron's not good. I just think I think technology's changing, and you need somebody that's super up to that understands tech really, really well if you want to save AMC. Apple at 164s. Yeah, Tesla at 199s. So Tesla right around $200. Still up very much over the last 10 days at least. 20-day chart's a little bit less green. There's a 20-day chart. So we're pretty flat on a 20-day, but I think 200 is actually a pretty big level that might influence the market. All right, there's a flush back down. Again, we're still in our little bitty shares. I want to see how much this breaks down here. Yeah, I think we're a little extended too. For me personally, I think we're just up too much. I think the SPY itself has made pretty big moves. Here's a 180-day chart. So really, you kind of see we've been pushing up since, the last week especially. So like here's the last week basically. We've pushed up a lot, And again, I've been the one. Remember, guys, I've been the one in the line of fire telling you we don't have to crash, we don't have to fail, we don't have to drop. We've had people come in here saying sell everything today, sell it now. The market's going to crash later today. Every day they've been saying that, and again, now it's crickets because they know I've been sitting here saying the same thing. Now, again, I'm not saying we don't eventually go into a recession or whatever. What I'm saying is like we've been pushing up very strong over the last week. Look at Apple dip. That should drag the market down some. Tesla down at 199.95s here too. So Tesla's still breaking down some. Yep. All right, market's starting to flush again. We are in our little short. It's a very small short position, but I'll take it. Let's see if this short continues. Apple breaking down. That should be the best. All right, so we have effectively made some in futures here. You can kind of see we're up about 240 on the futures market. No losing trades yet. Again, I've been shorting most of this weakness here. So we've been kind of riding this down on both the stocks and futures market. Because again, I thought like we've just pushed up so much lately that I think it was time. I'm using the 200 EMA, Vegeta. Where's a good level to buy Tesla? I don't know. Tesla, for me to want to buy it, I would need it to dip down to at least like 160s, 150 first. I need like a profound pullback first, and we just don't have that yet. Again, I'm looking at market news to make sure we didn't have anything like big drop. Blackstone's BREIT saw 4.5 billion US of withdrawal requests in March. U.S. House Speaker McCarthy is to host a meeting with the Taiwanese president in Cali, according to local media. The Fed Bullards, who is a non-voter and a hawk, says reaction to banking problems were swift and appropriate. Repeats can use macro-prudential pools to help financial stress if needed. Monetary policy can continue to tackle inflation, end quote. All right, so again, Bullard and Cook are due to speak today. All right, so the German Federal Commission for Data Protection does not rule out ChatGPT blocking ChatGPT. Airbus is reportedly discussing a new round of plane orders from China ahead of French President Macron's visit to China, according to Reuters. ECB's Simca says that a large part of the rate hike path has been covered. They said, quote, the central bank must assess all inflation factors, not just OPEC, says trends are the most important for interest rates and core inflation is still rising, end quote. IAEA Chief Gross will visit Moscow, Russia on Wednesday, according to a Russian diplomat. A little bit of all that stuff, Ruma. I certainly don't live completely off of my trading profit. That's not what my channel's about. I think there's enough day trading gurus out there. Like, I would rather just be honest. I think if you try to sell people a course on day trading, you tend to fudge your numbers a little bit. And I'd rather just be honest and tell people I'm not an expert. And yeah, I certainly don't live solely off of my trading profit. You know, on Thinkorswim, my best trading skill is probably swing trading. I'm green on the year swing on TOS. You know, those have been my best trades for sure. The accuracy in those trades has been really nice lately. But again, my big thing is, like, I'm not an expert. I certainly don't want people to copy me. I don't sell a course myself. And yeah, we do make, you know, decent amount of money from YouTube for sure. Which should be understandable considering that, like, we're not selling a course or claiming to be an expert. I think, you know, I created the community I wish that I had in the beginning, which was a community that doesn't just try to sell you a course and pretend to be more profitable than they are, and instead are just honest about stuff. And I try to just be real and tell people, hey, look, I'm not an expert. I don't guarantee anything. I don't want people to copy me. I might have no idea what I'm talking about. You know, and because of that, you know, I think we've grown really well because we're honest with people about stuff. All right, guys, SPY up to 406. Again, we cut a little bit. Here's our futures trading today. Again, we're at 225s, 225s right now, so not bad. Yeah, again, hit that sub button if you haven't already, guys. We appreciate the love and support. We do have manufacturing data dropping in about an hour and 20 minutes. So sub if you haven't already. We certainly appreciate the love and support. Oh, wait, is the futures market open Friday? I think the futures market is open. Because if it's open Friday, I got to stream. Let's check it out. Early close. All right, so a lot of stuff. So equities, so like the E-mini and stuff is going to close at 8:15. Crypto, Forex are still going to be open though. So we got some stuff open Friday. We might stream still. I might do a small stream or something like that. Tesla's still moving up. Short term, back up to 200.6s. John, I think your biggest asset is your Riz. Bro, you sound like my daughter, man. My daughter uses the word Riz. What kind of Riz do I have, though? I don't even know what Riz really means. Yeah, I think we're extended on the upside, though, for the SPY. Any plans to create a course on swing trading? If we do create a course, it's going to be free. So if we do create a course, it's going to be free. I think it's going to be something that we don't sell, that we just give away. All right, so it looks like me cutting that trade was the right move. I'm still in this trade here. I'm gonna try to let this trade go on all day though. A guy who was cool but liked by everybody. The dude's dude. Sexiest man alive, talented in every way, though he doesn't realize it. Yeah, like I said, I'm definitely top 3 most humble people ever right now, for sure. Definitely top 3. You know, I mean, it's hard to be this humble when you look this good, but like I somehow get it done. You know, humility flows through me like water. And, you know, I mean, when you look this good, it kind of just comes naturally. So, you know, I mean, we try, but how is futures different than options? Well, futures is different because futures are commodity based, right? So the reason they call them futures is because, okay, so the reason they call them futures is because back years and years ago, farmers would yield crops, and by the time they yielded the crops, the prices of said crops would have changed so much to where it wasn't the most profitable thing. It was a really difficult business because they didn't know how much they were going to make, and it was difficult to plan, right? So they started selling contracts to speculators or investors called futures contracts, which locked in the price of their corn crops or their gas or their crude oil or their cattle prices or whatever it is, right? And they called them futures because it meant they were able to lock in the price of their crops, so they knew exactly how much they were going to make beforehand and then plan accordingly for their next yield. That is why they're called futures. So futures are commodities, but you also have index futures, which are based around the S&P 500, right? So futures, there's some differences between day trading futures and day trading stocks, but the main difference is just the sizing. So like in futures, you go by contracts. It's not like option contracts, though. It's different than option contracts. And so one contract has a tick amount, like a profit per tick or loss per tick amount, right? So like the E-mini, for instance, is $12.50 per tick. So if you have 2 contracts, you know, it goes up 1 tick, you're down $25. If it goes down 1 tick, and you have 2 contracts, you're down $25. If it goes up 1 tick and you have 1 contract, you're up $12.50. If you have 1 contract and it goes against you 1 tick, you're down $12.50. If you have 4 contracts and it goes in your direction 1 tick, you're up $50. If it goes, you know what I mean, so forth and so on, right? So that's the biggest difference. Aside from that, it's just like day trading stocks. You buy market, sell market. You could buy the bid, sell the ask. But each different contract type, so each different commodity you trade, whether it's the E-mini, the S&P 500 futures contract, or cattle prices, oil or the NASDAQ has $10 per ticks, right? So the amount varies, but to day trade like I'm day trading, you just want to day trade the S&P 500 E-mini, or the micro E-mini has much smaller size. So you can, the micro E-mini, it's $1.25 per tick, right? So you can take much more contracts of the micro E-mini with much less risk, much lower volatility. But that's the biggest difference, really. As well as every quarter, you have to roll over the contracts to a different symbol. But aside from that, it's basically like day trading the S&P 500. Hey, Relentless, my guy, bro. Hope you're doing good, man. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, we're the top 3 rizzers in the world right now, for sure. Yeah, you're top 3 irregardless of being irregardless. How about LSU women's basketball, bro? Shout out to the LSU team. You know, Astros didn't win. Don't even bring it up to me. Or actually, I think we broke even, right? It was tied series. All right, so I kind of want to add a little bit more to my short here on the SPY. I don't know if I should, though. Should I? May I come in? I mean, no. I don't know what you want me to say there. Sure. Yeah, SPY started to test the 200 EMA and the volume weighted average price. That's the biggest spot. All right, guys. SPY right around that 200 EMA, trying to hold support here. Hey, good luck, Sam. Yeah, we made a bunch on the futures market today. Again, this is how you day trade in the futures. If you want to do it, we're sponsored by a company called Top Step. And again, they are a sponsor of mine, so I'm biased in their favor for sure. But it really is the easiest way to like get started in futures without taking on too much risk. I call it the best of both worlds because if you lose your Top Step account, you're going to lose much less than you would if you put the money up yourself, right? So you try to put up money yourself in futures, you're going to need at least 10 to 15K. Like the E-mini costs $4,100 per contract. And so if you want to take more than that, you're going to need thousands and thousands of dollars. And so it's the cheapest way to get started. The base package on Top Step's like 130 something a month if you use my link. If you lose it, it's not the end of the world. You're down less than 140 bucks. You can reset it for 100. But if you're good enough to pass the testing, then you still keep 90% of your profit. So like if you pass the testing and then you make 20K, you keep 18K. Which is you basically have the best of both worlds. So if you lose, it's not the end of the world. If you lost money, if you try to put up the money yourself and trade futures, most new traders have no risk management. You can lose thousands of dollars very, very quickly. And when you look at that relative to like Top Step, you're risking much less. But if you're good enough to get funded, you still keep 90%. So I think it's the best of both worlds. And again, if you want to check it out, they're a sponsor of mine. I'll post this link. But again, I think it's genuinely useful. Yeah, generally, I think we're extended on the upside now. Again, we made some money shorting markets because I thought we were a little extended on the upside. That's where this graph comes from, is shorting. This was all shorts, mostly shorting the SPY on this breakdown right here. And again, we got about an hour and 10 minutes before PMI data comes out, so be ready. 10 o'clock is when the data drops. So we got a little bit of PMI data dropping at 9:45, so we do have some stuff like that. But we still got time. All right, guys. All right, so again, I'm still in my short on the SPY. We wrote it up from this pump. Luckily, we scaled out of most of it, so we're going to keep most of the profit there regardless, but we're still in it. And oil still pushing up some. I'm looking at like Exxon here. And yeah, SPY trying to test these highs. If we break under the 200 EMA, I might add some more to the short. No, we don't stream till after hours. We're mostly an economic release channel. It's just been a little bit slower with economic releases the last couple. All that stuff will start to heat back up next next couple weeks here. So this is still a relatively slow week, but next week we have CPI data drop. So CPI data drops April 12th. Yeah, the next CPI report is going to be next Wednesday. Wait, what? No, that's good. I don't know why. There we go. So yeah, next week we do have CPI data coming out, which is a big release. Yeah, I mean, we're mostly an economic release channel, so we mostly just cover the economic release. This week, Friday, we do have some stuff. So Friday we got, I don't know why they would put it out. I don't know why they're going to put it out a day when the market is closed. But Friday, we have unemployment and non-farm payroll data. Wednesday, we have non-farm employment change data. Tomorrow, we have the JOLTS job report and non-manufacturing PMI. So we actually have a decent amount of releases this week. Just the really big ones, which are going to be Friday, the markets are closed. And we'll probably still try to stream a little bit, but the markets are closed Friday to a certain extent. So it's just strange. It's and again, we didn't cover it last year, and so, you know, it's just odd. So yeah, we got Friday closed, and then the big data release this week is unemployment, and that's Friday. But the market's closed Friday. The only thing that's open is futures are open for a little while, but actually, I think we might actually have futures open long enough to still hold them. Yeah, so Friday, the market closes at basically 9:30 market time. So Friday, the futures market actually will be open up until the data is released. So the data is coming out. So we will stream futures Friday. So we will stream Friday. We're probably not going to stream the same hours. We'll probably start the stream a little bit less, but we will stream. My guess is we'll start the stream Friday at 7 a.m. market time. So my guess is we'll start at 7 a.m. We'll stream until the release happens, and maybe so we'll probably try to keep the stream maybe a couple hours. But remember, the market actually closes. So all the markets close. Futures equities, so like the E-mini and the S&P 500 equities and futures are going to close at 8:15 Central, so 9:15 market time. Crypto and Forex futures are going to close at 11:15 market time. Energy is closed completely. Agriculture is closed completely. Livestock is closed completely. So there's some stuff open Friday, but it's definitely not most things. Futures are trading for the first couple hours of the day Friday, but they're closed early morning, right before 9:30. Everything's closed basically in futures. Hi guys, send the flag in which country you're watching the live stream. Market's still pushing up. I might start to want to short some more here. I just don't trust it. The reason I'm not shorting it now anymore, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just cut this. We're gonna lock in most of the profit here and maybe add some back if we start to get some weakness at the open. We're just gonna lock in that. Oh no, I just added double to it. Oh well. But yeah, so look at Apple pumping up. Tesla moving back up to almost 201s again. I just don't know if I trust that. Now we made most of our money shorting today. Again, you can see our P&L today. We are up about 240, 220 in futures. And so again, shorting the S&P 500 in futures, just like we do in stocks. Again, taking our time. Exxon's still pushing up. Let me get some music rolling here. We do have PMI data coming out today. PMI data comes out in exactly an hour. So basically, just be careful because right at 9:45 we have some data coming out too. So 15 minutes after the bell, we got some data coming out too. All right, guys. Again, a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Bathroom break, real quick. I'll be right back, guys. But again, while I'm gone, let me know what you guys are watching right now. Favorite stock at the open, or I'm gonna do bullish or bearish heading into the open. Let me know in let me know in the comments section. Bullish or bearish heading into the open, guys. Let me know. I'll be right back. Man, look at Tesla pump up here, guys. So Tesla is moving right now. Burry turned bullish. man. Look at Tesla rip up here. Apple kind of moving up too. It's above the volume weighted average price here. Burry turned bullish. I mean, what do you know? Who's been sitting here telling you that the whole time? Traders can be a fickle group. I could be sitting here saying, hey, we don't have to crash. Hey, we don't have to crash. People call me permabull and all this stuff. And then when the market rips up, it's just like they pretend it never happened. Like sometimes it's hard to be introspective and be like, yep, I was wrong. I was really critical on John for being a specific way, and I was wrong about it the whole time. I think sometimes it might be easier to just pretend like you never said that stuff. But the truth is, y'all know who's been right this whole time. We've been telling you guys this whole time. We told you guys Burry was wrong. We told you guys Burry overestimates the likelihood of market crashes. We told people that a lot of this stuff was probably going to happen. We told people SQ would probably bounce after the dip, and it sure feels good, man. I'm going to bring it up at least once a day. Yeah, I mean, definitely might be wrong timing. I think it's important to understand, like, it's all love here. Like, I've been making most of the money shorting today on both sides, on both stocks and futures. So we've been making most of our money shorting regardless today. But we have you to remind them, bro. That's what we do. Okay, but if it crashes, then the bears get to brag once a day as well. Well, it depends. It depends on when they said we would crash. If they said we'd crash 8 months ago, then no, they don't, you know. All right, looking at our poll here, we got about 900 votes. 54% are bullish, 46% are bearish on the PMI data release. Let me know what you guys think. We do have data release today. We're going to do a Twitter poll like we always do. Oh, man, Aaron going hard on Benzinga. Bro, Adam Aaron still going hard on Benzinga, bro. Honestly, dude, the fact that Adam Aaron is targeting Benzinga for what was probably an automation error, okay? Like, it was probably an automation error, which with a website like Benzinga is going to happen, you know? Shaming them for it and acting like they are just evil because they had an automation error is absolutely ridiculous. Again, AMC traders, I'm going to give you the same thought experiment, all right? Same thing, all right? Think about it like this. If somebody was trying to convince you to sit in a really bad company, right? How would they do it? They would tell you it's a moral issue. Don't sell, you know, don't pay attention to fundamentals. You know, it's a moral issue. You know, that is what Aaron is trying to do here. Okay. I'm not saying AMC is going to fail. I'm in AMC right now. But him blaming Benzinga is absolutely silly. It's just silly. Crashes at 10 o'clock today. I don't think the PMI data is going to have that big of an effect on it. I don't think it's going to have that big of an effect on it. He's using the incident for attention, probably. But shaming another company for attention is just kind of ridiculous. Again, I'll be surprised if Adam Aaron is still CEO in a couple of years, to be honest. Again, I think they need a younger CEO. I don't think he's as tech knowledgeable in tech as he should be uh, if he's going to be saving AMC. I think if we're really talking about like what AMC stands the best chance of succeeding in, I don't think it's with him as CEO, to be completely honest. Again, I think the ape divvy and all the stuff from the ape divvy over the last year has kind of turned me off to Adam Aaron. I think again, 8 months ago, the ape divvy is the greatest thing ever. Now, getting rid of the ape divvy is the greatest thing ever. I just think, he's eventually going to get laid off, I think, most likely. But he's going to make money from it. But that's my guess. Yep, 100% Ernie. I believe the same thing as well. Ernie says, I think AA has the dream investor group that sadly he thinks he can use and abuse. And hey, I like AMC, but he's using these kids and he's going to dilute all their investment. 100% is what I believe as well. Again, if you look at AMC, you want to talk a bunch of kids into holding a stock whose daily chart looks like this. How do you do it? Right? How do you do it? You tell them it's a moral issue. That's what you do. Oh yeah, look at this. So I was doing my real estate licensing stuff, and I was using Chat GPT to do it. Look at this. Look at this. So I was using Chat GPT Bing to answer my AI questions. Are FHA accommodations usually reactive, proactive, rejected, or lengthy to complete? FHA accommodations are usually reactive in nature. This means that they are made in response to a request from a tenant with a disability. The tenant must make a request for a reasonable accommodation, and the landlord must respond to the request. The process for requesting and receiving a reasonable accommodation can vary in length depending on the complexity of the request and the responsiveness of the landlord. Some requests may be resolved quickly, while others may take longer to complete. It is important to note that the landlords are required by law to respond to requests for reasonable accommodations in a timely manner and cannot unreasonably delay a request or reject a request. Definitely top 3 readers in the world right now. Top 3 for sure. We'll see if AMC, or we'll see if the SPY breaks under the volume weighted average price. Looking at Tesla here. Trying to move up. All right, market's starting to break on the downside here. Starting to break. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. All right, so again, SPY trying up there. Tesla's still trying to hold too. We'll see if it actually does. All right, guys. 45 minutes until the actual PMI data. Apple says sales are up. What's up, Guts? 15 minutes. Yes. My ex just bought my childhood home and my girl is moving in. Happy, sad moment. I mean, I don't even know how to feel about that, man. It depends. I guess it depends on the relationship you have with your ex. If you got a good relationship with her, then I mean, look, you know, I mean, I don't know. Why would your wife or why would your ex do that anyway, though? You know, that seems kind of, I mean, because then you're not going to be spending time there. Apple, pump it up right now. Apple, pump it up right now. Let's see if it actually holds. Yeah, so Apple sales coming through. All right, so some holders of Credit Suisse AT1 bonds reportedly have asked law firm Quinn Emanuel to represent them in talks with Swiss authorities and possible litigation, according to a statement by Reuters. Rivian delivered almost 8,000 vehicles in the first quarter. Again, Apple ripping up right now. Oh, prenup. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these up and coming EV brands are going to struggle. Again, SPY starting to come back down. Been very, very sideways. We got 13 minutes, guys. 13 minutes. Marriage is high risk. Yeah, I feel you, Ernie. Well, the market, again, to put it into perspective, guys, the market is very extended on the upside, in my opinion, short term. Like, the problem with the market right now is that it's just up so much, including Tesla, including the SPY. So, again, we've mostly been shorting today because, frankly, we need to because the market is so slow and choppy. So we've mostly been shorting today. And again, I think you guys got to understand something. Tesla is still very strong, even if it pulls back a little bit this morning. It's not going to go up forever here. I mean, look at Tesla. Tesla has been on a nice little run since mid-March. So for the last like 3 weeks or so, Tesla has pushed up from 170 all the way to basically 200s. Very strong move for Tesla. Big percentage move as well. So basically, Tesla's up like 16, 17% over the last 3 weeks. So very strong moves there, very strong moves. It's not going to go up forever. Neither is the market here. I mean, if we look at the SPY, 10-day chart on the SPY shows you what we're really looking like here, which is just big, strong movement. SPY gone up from 385s all the way to 410s, basically, 409s right now. So very strong movement there in that regard as well. And again, we'll see what we get. But next, we have PMI data dropping in about 40 minutes at 9:45. So in about 30 minutes, we have regular manufacturing PMI. So again, in about 25 minutes, we've got manufacturing PMI for March coming out. Expectations are for 49.3. In 40 minutes, we have ISM manufacturing PMI. And if you don't know what this is, PMI data is manufacturing expansion versus contraction. Okay, so that's what this is, right? So this is looking at if manufacturing is expanding or contracting. If you want to know what PMI is, it's the purchasing. It is the purchasers managing. It's the purchasing managers index. Sorry, but again, it's expansion versus contracting. So over 50 means the manufacturing sector is expanding. If it's below 50, then it means the manufacturing sector is contracting. All right. And so that is the nuance of it. For base manufacturing PMI, expectations are 49.3. So a slight contracting manufacturing sector. And I think this will be a nuance of like lower is better here. I think the market is still fearing inflation. And so I think if we have lower than expected manufacturing PMI, I think that'll evoke a positive response. Most likely. We don't know for sure, but I think most likely. With regards to the actual ISM manufacturing PMI data, expectations are 47.5. This is the bigger release today relative to base manufacturing PMI. So again, in 40 minutes, that data comes out. And so, yeah, expectations for ISM manufacturing PMI are 47.5. And so, again, anything under that will probably cause a positive response. Anything over that will probably cause a negative response. But I'm not 100% sure, in all honesty. Yeah, all good. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I had to get a job straight, I'd probably do Uber of some sort. I think Uber makes the most sense. You know, you got a decent car, you can drive people around, make more than you probably would at McDonald's. Driving people around, pretty easy, standard job. You could just ride in your car, listen to music all day. You know. Yeah, but tear up your car. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, you get paid well for it, and I think it depends on what you're trying to do. You know, the other options are, I mean, there's a lot of ways. Bartending is always pretty good money. You know, like I was a bartender for a while when I was in my early 20s. Good money, man. Makes good money. You know, you make, 30, 40, 50 grand a year bartending. You know what I mean? Pretty easy. You make drinks, you know. Apple, big dump under the 200 EMA. Look at the Apple dump just now. So Apple just fell down. Tesla just dumped too. Again, Apple at 164s, Tesla dumping down a little bit as well. SPY probably going to start to follow these weak moves just now. And again, I guess I'm bearish at the open. I don't know for sure though. Is higher or lower manufacturing PMI better or worse? I think lower is going to be seen as better most likely, but it's certainly not a for sure thing. Like we don't know for sure what we're going to get. So my guess is lower will probably be seen as better. But again, we don't know for sure. It's one of those nuances where like economical growth could be seen as good. Economical growth could be seen as bad. GDP or manufacturing expansion could be seen as positive. Manufacturing contracting could be seen as negative. So we don't know for sure. Yeah, there's so we did get a quick pop in Apple too. Yeah, PMI data comes out pretty soon. And it'll be interesting to see what we get. We're going to get futures ready here. And again, check out Chart Prime here. Here's Chart Prime. Before we take a look at all that stuff, Chart Prime can be powerful. Here's a 3-hour chart. Chart Prime is a custom trading view signal and alert service. They give you custom signals so you can show you. They show you reversals. They show you candlestick patterns. They automatically document support or resistance. They got these great oscillators. Like check this out. So it gave you this is each candlestick is 3 hours. Reversal up, and you get 2 bullish engulfing candles. So 2 bullish engulfing candles and the reversal up signal called the literal bottom of this move. Literally called the bottom. And look at this big bounce that you get. You can even see the other ones as well here. Like you can see them. They can be powerful here. Like, look at this. So we'll put this banner up. You can get 40% off right now. It's $35 a month right now for Chart Prime. So just very, very cheap. And again, you can kind of see I can't fake what I'm showing you. They're a sponsor of mine, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But like, look at this. Again, at the very top, literally called the very top, reversal down signal, 2 candlestick patterns showed up. Nice drop over days of price action, over days. Reversal up signal, we get a little bit of a bounce here. So even that one would have worked. Look at this one. Multiple bearish engulfing candles. And the reversal down signal, you get nice drop over, again, literal days of price action. Reversal down signal here, again, literal days of drops. And again, I can't fake this. You can use it in day trading as well. You can use it on a short-term time frame too. So I could put up a 1-minute chart and get the same type of signals and reversals here on a 1-minute chart. So if you want to use it for scalping and day trading, you can. And look, here's this morning. So again, this is powerful here. Like, look, same thing. Reversal down signal, you get a drop over the next like hour. Reversal up signal, you get a bounce over the next like 20 minutes. Again, reversal down signal here, you get a drop. Bearish engulfing candle, literally called the top here, you get drops. And so again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but you can use them on any time frame. You can use them in stocks, crypto, forex, futures. It's called Chart Prime. Genuinely useful. Genuinely useful. I'll put the link up here if you want to check them out. Great way to help support the channel. And again, you can get 40% off if you use my link. Getting ready to trade futures here today. So we are going to be trading futures. We are getting that breakdown that I thought we might start to feel. All right, PMI data still comes out in 30 minutes, guys. 30 minutes. The opening bell starts in 2 minutes. All right, guys, we got about 1 minute and 20 seconds. A minute and 20 seconds. Let me know what you guys think is going to happen. I think we could pull back a little bit at the opening bell. I'm not 100% sure, but I think we could pull back a little bit. Try to be time. We'll try to give it time, but I think we could pull back a little bit. Starting at the breakdown, I could add a little bit more to it. Tesla just cracked under 200 again. There's the market open. The SPY popped back up to 409s here. We'll see if this continues here, and we will get ready to day trade this. But there's the opening bell. We still got 30 minutes before the actual PMI data comes out. But in 15 minutes, we do have some other stuff coming out too. Again, we're going to let things play out. Here's the volatility of the opening candlesticks. All right, so again, consolidating a little bit. Apple has skyrocketed up at the opening bell, up to 164.80 right now. Gone up from 164.20s, all up about 60 cents a share. The SPY is ripping up to 409s here. Tesla popping up too. We will day trade some of this if we need to. Big pop up at 409s. I don't know if I want to buy this or not, to be honest. I don't know if I trust it. Apple's still ripping up huge right now. Again, I was kind of bearish at the opening bell too, so I don't know if I don't know what we want to do with this. Finally got a dip. I'll buy a small piece of this. 2 contracts. See what Apple does. Slightly green. Put this at the bottom right here. All right, we got a little bit of a pop. I guess this probably goes right here. Slightly green, but again, I'm going to try to give it time. I'm not going to sit on this forever. Tesla bounced back up to 201s. There we go. I don't trust this. I'm going to get out most of this here. Yeah, but bears rumor every week to be bad, and most of the time they're wrong. No offense to bears, you know. Most of the time I've seen them be wrong, you know. All right, so we're going to cut it right there. I just don't trust it. I think we're a little extended on the upside. Again, made a little bit of money, but we're already so green on the day. Man, look at the SPY rip. Man, I was wrong for sure. Huge rip up here, man. Apple flying up over 165s, up to 165.30. SPY going green on the day. Tesla popping back up too. Man, what a bullish run here, man. That is crazy. Good for it, though. I mean, I'm not mad at it for sure. Apple is dragging the market up too. Apple up to 165.50s here, still dragging the futures market up. Look at this. So Apple is really what's going on here. Again, and here's the P&L today so far. So we're very green on the day. We're up 2 something. Again, PMI data dropping. We got some data dropping in about 10 minutes. The base manufacturing PMI in about 10 minutes. The actual ISM data comes out a little bit later, about 15 minutes after that. But it'll be an interesting dynamic today. The SPY is right at the previous closing price here. Man, what a strong move. Still ripping up. Again, I don't trust it up here. It's a little bit too extended for my taste. But man, what a move. Wow. Again, it's too extended up here for me, but man, the market is flying up right now. Apple testing highs up here. What a crazy rip. Man, still breaking highs. Wow. Again, I don't know what I want to do here. It's too extended up here for me to really want to take anything. What a strong market, though. Market's trying to break highs again. Wow. Crazy volatility. Again, we're just too high up here for my taste here. I just don't want to mess with that right now. Yeah. Set up for PMI, maybe. I don't know. That's certainly possible. Just very strong movements. Shockingly strong, to the point where we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green candles in a row. It's up too much for me to for my taste here, to be honest. Tesla's starting to dump down. Let's see if the market does anything with this. Friday again, yeah. Honestly, I'm shocked too, to the point where I'm not really taking any big positions. back up to highs again here, team. Tapped 4099s, almost up to 410s. Crazy movement here. And we got PMI data dropping in about 5 minutes here for base PMI. I might short a little bit up here just because I can. All right, so we caught a little bit of a breakdown here. We didn't really make enough from it, but we caught some. We're up so much, I don't mind shorting the top up here, but all right, guys, we got 4 minutes before base manufacturing PMI. And then again at 10 o'clock, we have actual ISM numbers. Still pretty neutral here on this one. I want to give it time to have a larger breakdown, though. All right, we took half off. I'm going to hold one just in case. No, last week was spring break week, I think, Finch. Maybe not. Maybe it's Easter break. I guess it's possible. All right, so we're getting a pullback here. And again, manufacturing PMI data drops pretty soon. And again, if you want to day trade with me here, I'm on Top Step's funded account program. And so it's really useful in testing your skill. It's the single easiest way to test your skill in trading. And Top Step is the most legit futures funded program in the world. You hear about a lot of them, but Top Step is who they all copy off of. It's been around for over 10 years, over a decade. They pay out millions of dollars in actual withdrawals. So traders actually withdrawing millions from them every year. They fund thousands of traders a year. And again, what Top Step's really good for is getting your feet wet in futures without taking on a lot of the risk. You know, to put up the money yourself, you need thousands and thousands of dollars. And most new traders don't have risk management. And so most traders are going to lose these funded account programs. But that's okay because it's just cheaper to lose this than it is to put up 10K yourself and risk thousands. Again, what they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules and pass their testing with phases, then they fund you 50 grand up to 150 grand with a 90% split. And so it puts you in a really unique, beneficial situation where if you lose, you're going to lose less than you would if you put the money up yourself. But if you pass it, you're still keeping 90% of your profit. And so there's still a lot of benefits of taking these funded account programs over putting up the money yourself if you're new to futures. You lose less. You have the same edge. You still have some pressure, so it really conditions you and teaches you how to trade, but the risk is noticeably less. And so again, if you want to check them out, they are a sponsor of mine. Great way to help support the channel. You can use any platform you want basically on them. TradingView, you can use Quant Tower, which is what I'm using. There's 20 plus platforms I think you can use. And again, if you want to check them out, there's the link. You can also find the link in the description. Base PMI data drops, guys, in about 30 seconds. 30 seconds for base PMI data. About 30 seconds. After that, we have ISM manufacturing PMI data dropping at 10 o'clock. So we got about 15 minutes before ISM data. Base PMI data drops in about 30 seconds. All right, so here we go. Let's get ready. Get up on screen. 48.6 for Canadian PMI data. 49.3 is what's expected for regular, and waiting for it to come out right now. All right, 48.6 for Canadian. And base PMI came in a little bit late. Yeah, I'm refreshing it, but they haven't popped up. Okay, 49.2. Slightly lower than expected at 49.2 for base PMI, which is not really the biggest release. ISM data is going to be the big release here. So that's what going to be what everybody else is watching is ISM manufacturing PMI data. And again, this one came in just slightly under what was expected at 49.2 versus 49.3 expected here. So only slightly lower than what was expected here. And again, I'll put this number up on screen. Only slightly lower than expected. Again, 49.2 versus 49.3. We still have about 15 minutes. About 15 minutes before the actual big data comes out. The bigger one is ISM manufacturing PMI data. So this one's not the big one. Again, the ISM manufacturing data drops in 14 minutes. That's the larger, more influential release for sure. Why is the dollar pumping up on stronger manufacturing data? I don't know. I really don't know. Here, we're going to have to cut this flat. Again, I thought less is a more situation because, again, I think it's going to be something where we don't want manufacturing growth. Right, manufacturing growth is going to be seen as a negative right now, and I think we don't want that. I think what the market actually wants right now is manufacturing contraction. Here, I'll put this up so we can put the Dixie up, the dollar index. But look at the SPY rip, man. Very strong day, very surprising strong day. I was getting ready to short the market, but luckily I cut everything prior to the open, and it looks like that was the necessary move because the market has been flying up all day today. Again, we got 11 minutes here. Now, so expected numbers for this upcoming one are for 47.5 is what's expected. 47.5. Last time it was 47.7. And so, again, I think less is more, but I'm not 100% sure here. We got 12 minutes before the release. 12 minutes. Again, we are going to throw it in sub-only mode, so if you have not already, hit that sub button, guys. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Sure. I think we put on yeah, so we are in sub only mode. Announce yourself, show us that you're subbed. Bitcoin 30K? I hope so. Bitcoin at 28.6. SPY flying up, man. Wow. What a crazy day. Again, who's been the perma bull here, guys? Y'all know. I'm not going to say I was right, but I think you guys know who's been permanently bullish out here as the market rips up big percentages. I mean, listen, I'm not going to say I called it, but, you know, when you're right, you're right. You love to see it. Just remember, okay? Just remember who was in the line of fire out here with the bears over the last couple weeks. When the bears would say, we're crashing today, sell, sell. I was sitting there criticizing that behavior, telling them that we didn't have to crash, telling you the market could push up. And so just remember. Yeah, definitely top 3 callers in the world right now. Don't copy me. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong about everything and anything I say. Do not copy me. Definitely top three not copying traders in the world right now. Again, we are breaking down a little bit in the Dixie. Market is loving that, pushing up big. Just to make fun of myself a little bit, I actually thought we'd be bearish at the open today. I actually thought we'd be bearish at the opening bell today. Because, again, we're just up so much, man. We're up so much. Dollar index just weak. All right, guys. Hey, we got 10 minutes. I think I read something about Apple numbers coming out. Bank of England selling 650 million, 3 to 7 year gilts. So Orsted and Google have signed their first power purchase agreement in the U.S. Forward all the way back up to 1260s. Wow. All right, we're finally getting some dips. Yeah, I mean, I just said that, Trader Mike. I literally just said, hey, I said short at the open. But what I was actually referencing is over the last 3 weeks, and again, I did make fun of myself already for saying short at the open. But over the last 3 weeks, I've been telling people we don't have to crash. That everybody, like, again, you got to understand my perspective, which is that every day I get people coming in here saying a crash is imminent. Sell now. You know, a crash is imminent. Markets are going to go down. And they've been saying that for the last 3 months. And during this time, I've said the same thing. I said, hey, look, we don't have to crash. The market keep pushing up. The biggest long-term edge in the market is that over time, the markets go up. S&P does 8 to 12% a year on average. And so I've been the one in the line of fire telling people we don't have to crash, that Michael Burry was wrong for telling people to sell, all that stuff. And anybody that's paid attention to the stream long enough, even though you might be emotional about wanting the market to crash or whatever it is, y'all understand that that's kind of been how it's been here. People have gotten mad at me for saying I'm too anti-bear here because I told people we didn't have to crash. And so, yeah, as we push up big percentages, it feels good. It feels good, you know, despite what I thought might happen at the opening bell today. I think that's irrelevant. Again, I think a pullback could still happen, but I just think we're up so much already. I'm not buying up anything right now. I'll put it that way. All right, guys, we got 7 minutes before we got manufacturing PMI data. 7 minutes here. And again, it should be fun. We'll see how this influences the market. If base PMI data influenced the market like it did, I could only imagine what the actual ISM manufacturing data shows. Well, the reason the market's ripping up, Dark said, what happened to the bank crisis? The reason the market's pushing up is because the bank crisis the fears of that crisis have been kind of curtailed a little bit. Again, it's one of those situations where a lot of people thought we would crash, but they got the banking contagion under control a little bit faster than people thought they would. And so that is a lot of the reason the market's actually flying up, is because a lot of people thought we were going to crash. They thought it was the end of the world with the banks. They thought that it would trickle into everything else and eventually spiral out of control and crash the whole U.S. financial system. And I think a lot of people are now seeing that they think they got it a little bit more under control faster than they expected. So that is most likely the reason why we've been pushing up as big as we have been, as well as like crude oil doing well, influencing stuff too. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying this for not just today, man. I've been saying the same thing for 4 months, 5 months. And again, I've gotten a lot of hate for it, a lot of criticism for it. They said I was bear hating and all this stuff. I wasn't hating on bears, but again, what I told people was this, is that when you sensationalize things every day and you come in here and you tell everybody the market's crash is imminent, to sell, when you pressure people to do one specific thing, which is sell over and over and over again, Burry, you know, and a lot of other people here, to be honest, you're making people emotional. And you don't need to be. And again, I think if the market's showing us anything, it's that it's resilient to a certain extent, especially over the banking stuff that happened. And maybe we correct, maybe we go into a recession later down the line. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. But I don't know if sensationalize a crash every day is the right move either, you know. 5 minutes, guys, 5 minutes. Bro, I have a huge problem taking profits way too soon. I mean, I don't know about that. That's if I have a problem, it's taking too much profit too fast. Trader Mike. So again, I don't know. My thing is I don't think that's a bad habit to be in. The best advice I can give you there, and again, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong about everything, but the best advice I can give you is understand taking a little bit of profit means that you can be looser on the rest, more loose on the rest, I should say. So what I like to do is I like to take a little bit of profit first, and then if it continues in my favor, I'll let the rest ride a little bit more loose. That way I can still take profit, but I'm not worried or emotional about it, because most of the time profit taking comes from emotion if you're doing it too quickly. Yeah, like you're so nervous of going red again that you take profit. I know that's where my mistakes come in, but again, taking profit fast is protecting my account. Again, I'm green on the year swing trading on Thinkorswim because I trade that way. So I don't hate bears. I've been shorting all day. You know, I don't hate bears. I don't hate anybody. I think I've seen a lot of people come in here and literally like clockwork every day. It's like, oh, the market crashes in them and sell now. And then the SPY will rip up 2 or 3%, and then it'll rip up another 2 or 3%, and then it'll rip up another, couple percent. And then every day they're saying the same thing. And again, maybe we crash, maybe we go into a recession, but again, a crash is very difficult to predict. Michael Burry has been wildly wrong about a lot of stuff. I know people remember him because of The Big Short, but he's been wildly wrong about a lot of stuff. In fact, when he told people months ago, prior to the market ripping up to sell, I was very critical on that. You guys know me, I was incredibly critical on that because, again, I thought that was the wrong thing to do. Regardless of what happens, I don't think telling everybody to sell is the right move. And then the market ended up ripping up like 15% since then. And so, and then he even contracted that and said, oh, I shouldn't have told people to sell. And he's right. He shouldn't have. At least he was man enough to do that. But yeah. All right, guys, we got 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. Hey, what's up, Fights with Friends? What's up, man? Yeah, I take profit very fast, man. All right, guys, we got 1.5 minutes left. Again, we'll see what we get. PMI data coming out. Expectations for this data are for 47.5. 47.5. Again, under 50 is contracting manufacturing sector. Above 50 is expanding manufacturing sector. But I think the market wants contracting manufacturing because of inflation fears. And so I think lower is better, but I'm certainly not 100% sure what it's going to mean, what we're going to get from that. I think lower is better, but again, I'm not 100% sure here. And so I think under 47.5 will equal a positive market reaction, but we don't know for sure. We got about 1.5 minutes left, about 1.5 minutes. SPY is finally pulling back to 410s. We'll see if 410 is a support level. Michael Burry is a numbers guy. Yeah, but you got to understand, the big joke of Michael Burry is that he's called 33 of the last 2 crashes. So basically, he overpredicts crashes. It's been something that's very well known about Burry, is that he overpredicts. He's called to put it into perspective, Burry has called a market crash every year for the last decade. Every year he's called a crash. Every year he's told people to, the market's going to crash, right? So even if he is right about this one, he's still running 10% accuracy. And so, anyways, again, we got less than 1 minute, guys, less than 1 minute. $50 seconds. Again, subscribe. We cover all the major economic data, jobless claims, retail sales, CPI, PPI, Jerome Powell press conferences, PMI data. Tomorrow we got JOLTS. Wednesday we've got non-farm employment change. Thursday we got jobless claims. Friday we got unemployment. We will stream and cover all of it live, and thousands of people tune in because we cover it fast. And so be ready, guys. The data is about to come out right now. We got less than 1 minute. Again, expectations are for 47.5. Here we go. Let's see what we get. Here's the data release right now. Again, subscribe, hit the notification bell. All right, we got our sources up. Here's the release. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button as well. All right, the data just came in. So the data came in lower than expected, 46.3 versus 47.5. 46.3 versus 47.5. And again, thousands of people tune in because we cover this data fast. 46.3 versus 47.5, lower than expected by about 1.2%. Or no, about by about 1.2, not percentage. It's really about double that, but still lower by about 2.5%. About 2.5% lower than expected here. ISM manufacturing data came in at 46.3 versus 47.5, and the market has reacted somewhat positively to this data. We will put the data up on screen. And again, so far we've had a positive reaction, which is what I thought it would be. The dollar index just broke down as well. But there is the data right there at the bottom of the screen, 46.3 versus 47.5 expected. Prices came in at 49.2 versus 51.2 expected. And again, the market has had a positive reaction, exactly how I said it would. So again, hit that sub button, guys. We do this live every day. If you want to trade these economic releases, you can day trade futures. Same price action as the SPY. Here's the SPY. You can see same price action. If we zoom out of futures, it's the same exact thing. So you can basically trade the SPY in the futures market with no PDT rule. You can day trade short it in futures, no PDT rule. Top Step is the most legit futures funded program in the world. They give you a demo. If you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules, they fund you between $50,000 legitimately as a proprietary trader up to 150 grand in funding with a 90% split. And this is a company that processes millions in actual withdrawals from their funded traders every year. They fund thousands of traders a year. It's the cheapest barrier of entry. If you lose, it's not the end of the world. It's a beautiful test of your skill, and it teaches you how to trade. If you pass it, you still keep 90% of your profit. And so in my opinion, it's the best of both worlds. It's the cheapest way to enter this market without taking on a lot of risk, but still have a lot of the benefits. If you can get funded, you still keep 90%. And so again, check them out. Here is the link. Great way to help support the channel. You can get 20% off. The base package is only 130 something if you use my link. If you can hit 3K in profit on that without losing 2K and following the rest of their rules, then they fund you 50 grand. You know, you make 20K once you're funded, you keep 18, which is 90% of that. Market's flying up on the data. Huge rip. And again, the link is in the description as well as the link is in the chat right there. But yeah, again, lower than expected data did equal a positive response here. And the market is loving it so far, at least. Very strong market right now. Very strong market. I'm looking at 410s here on the SPY. Here's 410. We'll see if that holds. What's with all the doom and gloom, people? I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but again, I haven't even been trading it too much here. But broken highs right now. Just broke highs at up to almost 411s on the SPY. Almost 411s. Tesla not happy with the data. Yeah, Tesla dragging down a little bit. Again, lower than expected. We got a positive reaction from lower than expected data. And what this means is that the market is still fearing inflation, right? If the market was not fearing inflation, say the market was more recession fearing right now, for instance, then higher manufacturing productivity and output is going to be seen as a positive thing, right? Because it means more economical growth. But because we had a positive reaction from lower data here, what does that mean, right? What that means is that the market's still fearing inflation because, again, less manufacturing output means lower economical growth and lesser economical growth. So again, it means the market's still fearing inflation very much is what that means. So again, markets rip it up basically up to 411s right now, 410.80s. E-mini, which is the futures contract of the S&P 500, up to 41.50s. Again, hit that sub button, guys. We cover these every day right here for free. We don't claim to be experts. We don't act like gurus. My big thing here is I try to put out all this data for free if we can. I don't sell a course. I do have sponsors, of course, because I mean, you know, I'm sitting here for 4 hours plus a day. So of course we're gonna have sponsors and make money when doing this. But my main goal, the reason we're called beginner trading, is because I just want to be a resource for traders. We cover economic data fast. For instance, Bloomberg Terminal costs what, 30 grand a year to get the same economic data that we give you guys within seconds very quickly. That's my main job here, is to give people free data, tell people the truth regarding a lot of this economic stuff so that's in an understandable way. And again, thousands of people tune in for the big releases. Like we got CPI next week. We'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people here for that. And so again, subscribe if you haven't yet. Join the fun. And I would never press you to subscribe, but if you don't sub, I'll hate you forever. Do it now. I appreciate it. How about those LSU Lady Tigers basketball? First national championship ever. So props to them. Go Tigers. Yeah, Tesla been looking really weak today. I mean, to be fair, though, Tesla was pretty extended on the upside. Looks like Bitcoin didn't react a bit to this. Yeah, I mean, it's manufacturing output. I don't know if it's going to impact Bitcoin or crypto much. It reacted some. You can see when the data release came out, it reacted some. Not a huge reaction, though. More relevant to stock market activity, I guess. Apple consolidating. What's dragging the market up as much? Like, what stocks are actually moving up? It's not Apple necessarily. Apple's up some, but it's not up big. Walmart is moving up some. Microsoft's kind of moving up some. Microsoft looks more like the SPY than anything else, I guess. Oh, no, I cut Disney a while back. I was right about it, though. I got a lot of heat for that one, too. Endeavor and WWE agree to merge, man. Who saw that? So Endeavor, which is the parent company behind UFC, and WWE, so professional wrestling, they're forming a $21 billion live sports and entertainment powerhouse consisting of the UFC and WWE. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know that. All right, guys. So again, market's trying to bounce back up. Still sideways, but hey, still trying. All right, market's starting to pop back up a little bit here. Yeah, for sure. SPY pushing up over 410s. 410 seems like a reasonable support level to hold too. Yeah, oil's up big. Part of the ISM report says sales are slowing at an increasing rate, which is allowing us to burn through back orders at a faster than expected pace. Sounds good. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, man. I remember being big into wrestling when I was like 5th grade, bro. That was like the big thing with like Stone Cold Steve Austin and Sting and like all those guys. I remember I was super into it as like a 5th grader, you know. Uh, um, because at that age, you don't really know if it's fake or not. You're just kind of into it. You know, I remember I knew it was fake, but like suspend disbelief while you're watching it. And I remember I was super into it. I actually went to one of the wrestling things as a kid, but once I hit 6th grade, I never watched it ever again. You know, not saying there's nothing wrong with watching it. Like whatever makes you happy, happy. I'm not mad at that. I get it. You know, I've got some weird hobbies. You know, I understand. But yeah, it's been a while. Goldberg. Yeah, I remember Goldberg too. Hey, thank you, Daniel. Other Daniel. Again, kind of choppy. This a huge rip up at the Open though, so we've had a lot of strong action at the Open, and then slowing down a little bit now. I remember Dragon Ball Z. I definitely watched Dragon Ball Z. I watched Pokemon too. Like I was a big Pokemon kid. Like I used to sit out at the bus stop and slang Pokemon cards. So I was definitely a Pokemon kid, you know. But I also like Dragon Ball Z. I watched it too. All right, guys. Again, consolidation right now is what I see here. Just consolidation. Trying to be patient and wait this out, but mostly just consolidation at this point. The trend is definitely on the upside. Yeah, Brock was tough. Dude, I watched him in the UFC. Brock was tough. Tesla's still breaking down here. Tesla down to 195, so 196 is here. Let's look at like Apple to see how that's influencing the S&P 500. Apple's still not moving up here. Here's Microsoft. And again, what you see me trading right now is on Top Step. Top Step funded account program. I really do think it's kind of like, I'll put it this way. I'll tell the story. When I first got started trading, most day traders are going to lose money in the beginning. Like I lost thousands of dollars in like a week or two. And it was, like I said last week, I damn near wanted to cry. If Carol wasn't around, maybe I would have cried because $4,000 was a lot of money to me at the time. And it hurt to lose it for sure. And I think that's an experience, like when you're learning to day trade or trade in general, like what builds risk management are those losses. Like those losses are ultimately what builds you into having risk management. Like I lost those $4,000 when I first started my channel, and I quit trading for like 8 months, a year. You know, when I finally came back, I had risk management. You know, I remember that burn. I remember those losses, right? So it's almost something that new traders have to have if they want to have good risk management. And the use of these funded account programs is simple, is that you can experience that pain for cheaper. You know, if you're good enough, you can still pass it and have basically the same reward minus 10%. So if you pass it, you still get 90% of your profit. But if you fail it, you still have the loss, but you're not down thousands most of the time, like I would be in the beginning, like I was in the beginning, right? And so they give you a demo and they test your skill. And again, if you can hit the target while following their rules, they fund you like legitimately with 90%. And this is the most legit one in the world. They pay out millions, fund thousands a year. So it really is kind of a good middle ground where you can test your skill, not take on a ton of risk, but still have a lot of the benefits, you know. And yeah, if you want to check it out, they are a sponsor of mine. I'm definitely biased in their favor. We plug a little bit more towards the end of the stream because we don't plug anything in the beginning. So market's still ripping up, getting ready to test highs here today. Get ready to test those highs. We'll see if we do. But the market is pumping up a little bit more, looking to test those highs here. We'll see if we can actually hit those levels. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, good WWE wrestlers are not going to be good fighters most of the time. You can look at CM Punk and see that as an example. CM Punk got destroyed in the UFC by a relatively low caliber professional fighter. I'm not saying Mickey was not good. I thought great submissions, but really bad striking. And CM Punk went out there and just got destroyed by him, to the point where you realize the gap in like a pro fighter versus a WWE guy. It doesn't matter how big, strong, athletic they are. My guy CM Punk went out there and just got destroyed in that, you know. So while I think they're tough, they could definitely beat me up, you know. They're still not, you know, they're still not fighters. Yeah. All right, Tesla bouncing back a little bit. We got this nice little trend here. I don't know if we're going to continue in this trend. That's the trend right now. So I don't know if we're going to continue in it or what. You think CM Punk could beat you up? Oh, for sure he could. Just because he's trained, like, listen, he trained a lot, you know, in those couple years. I mean, he's still not pro caliber, but like, he's still going to be better than me, most likely. I'm a white belt. So, I mean, you know, he's going to beat me up, most likely. And that's okay. I respect him just for getting in the cage and doing it, you know. Oh, yeah, any wrestler. Wrestling's the best base of martial arts regardless. You know, wrestling, solid base. That's a base where doesn't matter how good you can punch. You know, if you can wrestle, you're going to win most of the time. When's the Fed minutes report coming out? Also, when's the next big investor day? Like, when's Apple? Does Apple have an investor day? All right, let's check this out. So I'm looking at Fed minutes. We got Cook talking about some stuff coming out today, but nothing big. Tomorrow we got Cook talking again. Okay, so the Fed minutes. Ooh, man. Okay, so yeah, the 12th. So next Wednesday is going to be a huge day. All right, it's going to be a huge day. All right, because we got CPI in the morning, and then we got the Fed minutes report at 2 p.m. in the evening or in the afternoon. And so next Wednesday is going to be the biggest day we've had in a minute. I'm ready for it. CPIs are usually the largest stream we do here. AMC bouncing back up to 507s. What do you guys think about the Benzinga AMC drama? I think Adam Aaron's being a little crazy with Benzinga. I think like what was most likely an automated error, he's acting like it's the end of the world. Yeah, again, I think Adam Aaron lashing out at Benzinga was silly, man. It was just unnecessary. It was kind of ridiculous, to be honest. But hey, you know, it is what it is. All right, so again, let's look at the economic week we got going forward. A little bit slower week. We got some stuff. Again, today we have PMI data. I mean, we had some interest in that. Tomorrow we got Jolt's job report tomorrow. Non-manufacturing PMI tomorrow. Relatively big release tomorrow too. Jolt's job report and non-manufacturing PMI data. All dropping at 10. No. I'm sorry. So tomorrow we have core durable good and factory orders in the Jolt's job report at 10. All coming out at the same time. Canadian building permits. Looking at other stuff. Wednesday, I think, is when we've got the ADP non-farm employment change and non-manufacturing PMI. So that is Wednesday. Thursday, jobless claims numbers, challenger job cuts. Friday, unemployment and non-farm payroll data. Man, look at the market rip up here, guys. Wow. Crazy big move here. But yeah, with that said, though, guys, again, I'm going to go ahead and close it down. Again, check out Top Step if you want to try to get around the PDT rule. There's no PDT in futures. You can day trade essentially the S&P 500 in futures, and the cheapest way to try that out is Top Step. If you lose, it's not the end of the world. You're down 140 bucks, 130 something bucks if you use my link. But if you pass it, you still keep 90% of your profit once you're funded. They test your skill. Just taking the challenge is beneficial for skill in trading and teaches you how to trade. The risk is much less if you put the money up than if you put the money up yourself. It just makes a lot of sense. So yeah, check out the link in the description if you want to check it out. Great way to help support the channel. Again, check out Chart Prime, TradingView Signal Service. Again, these are both sponsors of mine. Great way to help keep this show alive and going. Again, genuinely useful though as well if you look at Chart Prime. Again, my favorite time frame to use these is for my swing trades, and my swing trades have been accurate. But like, let's put a 3-hour chart up and you'll see what I mean here on Chart Prime. Again, here's a 3-hour chart on Chart Prime. You'll see what I mean in a second here. Because, like, look at this. Reversal down, drop, reversal up, and you got all these engulfing candles, bounce, reversal up, bounce, reversal down, drop, reversal down, drop, reversal down, drop. And you can keep going back here. Look, literally the very top. Again, the real edge, in my opinion, is when you find multiple showing up together at once. Like, you get this reversal down signal and this bearish engulfing candle over literal days. And you can use it on any time frame in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures on TradingView. Again, check out both of those in the description. Love you all. Y'all be safe. I'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early. I don't think we got any big earnings today, really. But yeah, I love you all. Y'all be safe. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, no big earnings today. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Y'all be safe. We'll see you guys.